Howdy, folks! It's that time of year. Welcome to GameSpot's coverage of Summer Game Fest, or also known as E3, as we like to call it here, because Geoff Keighley took it upon himself. E3 didn't happen this year, but Geoff Keighley is happening this year. Geoff Key 3 is happening this year. I'm Kurt Navina, and joining me today is Devontae Chisholm, who came in from New Jersey. Welcome. In the flesh, in arm's reach.
Yes.
And I like
we saw a little clip of it at PlayStation State of Play last week. I am all in for a new horror experience. Like, I want to ruin my family's Christmas by like just screaming in the middle of the night because I've scared myself with the game.
Oh, I just thought that was just a thing. You were like, I just want to ruin my family's Christmas and show them Callisto Protocol. Put it on screen, be like, hey, fam, here we are. This is the spiritual successor, some may say. We have the same person who made Dead Space, one of the lead producers, executive producer of Dead Space, here kind of kicking this thing into gear. Only a month prior the release of Dead Space Remake?
Before.
Yeah, it is before. So it's coming out December. And then we're going to have, the Dead Space remake in early 2023. I'm excited for both. Both can obviously exist in the same world, but, it's just something exciting. It's something new. Like, while it'll be fun to go back to Dead Space and see it look all shiny and look at that gore in delicious 4K, there's something to be said about a new horror experience. I just want to see a new horror experience.
Is it cake or is it gore and delicious 4K?
Oh,
that show! Oh my god! But also, no, it's just the fact that it's like, I want to understand about the PUBG side.
Oh well, I mean, no longer.
Yeah, they took that out.
Yeah,
I do want to understand
PUBG,
it too.
And then they were like, no, just kidding.
It was just a way to, I don't know, get into the zeitgeist, but maybe we all realize that there's clearly an urge, there's a want for Dead Space, something, space horror, space body horror, space gooey horror.
Even for someone like me that
just
doesn't
like
plan
how
on
gross
playing
can we
it.
get it?
Yes, and that's the thing too. That's a game that like we only learned about, I feel like, fairly recently. And then the next thing I know, it's like, I mean, we got an announcement. What was it, last year? I think.
Yeah, something like that.
It was the first. Yeah,
I think it started off as a Xbox exclusive as well.
Yeah, I have, and then we only got gameplay a week ago or so, and now we're getting the game this year.
Yep.
Devontae, what are you looking forward to? What do you want to see that that's happening today? Hey,
I gotta give the basic answer. I gotta say, Modern Warfare 2.
If you're excited, you're excited.
Yeah, it took me a while. I drifted away from Call of Duty, and then the first Modern Warfare, the redo of Modern Warfare, brought me back in. So now here we are, Modern Warfare 2. I'm ready for it. I'm ready to jump back into it, and it seems promising. It seems like they're changing a lot with the engine and revamping Warzone as well. So yeah, it's up there for me. You said it before we went live. You said if it was Cold War 2, you're like, yeah. After Modern Warfare, not to throw shade at the ones that came before Modern Warfare 2, but Vanguard, Cold War, they just weren't.
They weren't the hit for you.
Yeah, they weren't hitting for me, and you could tell from the public's reaction to them that they weren't really hitting for a lot of Call of Duty fans either. They were really just placeholders, it felt like. And
the last one they kind of like did in a big way was XCOM Chimera, which was a quite different from the XCOM 1 and 2 games, but very, very like interesting twist on the formula. It feels like they're moving in different directions after XCOM 1 and 2. So I'm super, super excited to see what they do with the Marvel property. They want to focus a little more on storytelling and characterization, it seems, which has always been kind of the case, but they kind of left it to the player to rename their characters and build the stories. So now I'm excited to see what they do when they actually have the opportunity to work a proper narrative in there, and they know that the key thing that the original reveal trailer showed is they know that people playing want to spend time with these characters. They have that whole base where you can hang out and chat to Iron Man, and obviously I want to spend at least 30 to 40 hours just talking to Blade, so I hope that is allowed for me.
I mean, Geoff Keighley's got wizard sleeves, Doctor Strange sleeves, to pour things out. We've had, so it's like DC's had, I mean, mostly just Rocksteady, has had a good old hold on some remarkable DC games. And then Marvel Spider-Man, Insomniac Games, Spider-Man came along, and there's obviously a deliberate push we've seen over the past couple of years for Marvel games to kind of come back. And we've had like a diverse amount of like faces over what we've seen between Guardians of the Galaxy last year, I believe, and now we have this coming out. We don't actually know that much. We're going to be seeing more today. Well, that's the plan. That's the hopes. That's the hopes and dreams. Personally, if I may, Witchfire. That's a game that was announced back in 2017. The same developers as The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. That's the game I'm most excited for. Or at least like that's the one that I saw on this list. I was like, I didn't forget it but I've been anticipating it. I've been wanting to see this game for a while. It kind of gives me boomer shooter, dark fantasy, gothic vibes. Some of the devs who worked on it, who also worked on The Vanished of Ethan Carter, which is a great game, by the way, if you don't know it. Great detective, spooky wooky kind of.
It's on my backlog.
Oh, come on. If you
it's so good.
If you feel compelled
really
to play,
good.
you should play it.
Okay.
But Witchfire is definitely very left field from what The Vanished of Ethan Carter is, which is just a no attack kind of investigative storytelling thing. But Witchfire, I don't know if we have gameplay or B-roll of that, but that game, all I know is that it's got skeletons, old-fashioned looking guns with magic, and dark stuff.
Is it too scary for me?
I don't know.
All right.
What's too scary?
I'll give it a try then. Yeah, I'll give it a try.
I mean, boomer shooters are coming back.
They are.
Ish. I mean, if they're done right, we have a whole array of them. But that said, moving on. There's I know Geoff Keighley, temper your expectations, but there's still hopes that there might be a mystery, might be a thing to slip out. We've already had one slip up. I think we should probably just get that out of the way. There's this little game called The Last of Us.
Never heard of it.
But it's now being called The Last of Us Part 1. This morning, it looks like we had a leak. We have a release date, September 22nd. We're going to be expecting to see a full scale. I don't actually really know yet how much scale of a remake is going to be, or if,
looks like from the ground up, I believe.
Ground up. Lucy,
We all watched the trailer. It's fine. We can admit.
I didn't have time.
I didn't actually watch it. I saw
we
screenshots.
don't have to pretend. It looks like it's remade from the ground up. I guess my question would be is it too soon for a Last of Us remake?
I think
I mean,
HBO, but we have an HBO show.
I guess we do have an HBO show, which I am very excited about. I can't wait to see Pedro Pascal as Joel. But it's 9 years old. They re-released it on PS4.
That's the thing. We have it on PS3. We got a PS4. We have a
the
new
one thing I would say though is that I really hope it feels like The Last of Us Part 2, because going back to The Last of Us is actually very difficult because it feels like a game from 2013, and I've said this multiple times before. I know I'll probably get some flack for it online, but I don't think Naughty Dog really figured out how to make a game feel fluid. Sorry, I didn't think the shooting was particularly good. I don't think they really mastered that until Uncharted 4 Lost Legacy. But now they have that knowledge, and the fact that Ellie in Part 2 is way more mobile and climbing and stuff, I really hope they can add that fluidity in to the game, the first one.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're gonna get. The screenshot of the box is out there, and it's not just called The Last of Us or Last of Us Remastered. It's now retroactively, it's called The Last of Us Part 1. And that makes perfect sense. They are no doubt striving for cohesion between the first and second game, which is what is currently missing. There's very few games that, a lot of games sequel to sequel these days, there's a thread between them that you can go from one to the other and back and forth quite easily, because mechanics don't change in a big way, and neither does aesthetic from game to game. Whereas Last of Us 1 to Last of Us 2 is a massive leap for Naughty Dog, and in a lot of ways the kind of industry as well, in terms of how it plays, how it feels, and even the storytelling. It makes perfect sense for them, who, when they first announced The Last of Us Part 2, a lot of the kind of discussion from them around it was, we want to try and approach it in a filmic way, where it's kind of like Godfather 1, Godfather 2. And right now, that the way that Last of Us 1 exists, even with the remastered one, it kind of is the antithesis of that. It's a jarring kind of transition from one game to the other. So if they do want to hit that ambition of, we've got this HBO style filmic experience, they need to create experience that it has a little more cohesion between the first one and the second one. And it makes perfect sense for them to go back and use all of the knowledge and design and the tech that they created for Last of Us 2 in one, so that people can go from one to the other and feel like it's a flowing, cohesive experience.
Devontae, you're a big Last of Us fan.
Yeah, I'm pretty
So
big.
I've heard.
Naughty Dog and Last of Us.
So you've whispered to me just before the show began. What do you think it needs to be? What do you think this Last of Us Part 1, not remake, not remaster, what do you think it needs to have to get you, someone who's an already existing fan, to boot it up again? Or you could just be unabashed, I just want to play it again.
Yeah, that's kind of all it is for me, is it doesn't need to do anything extra or different. Similar to what Lucy and Tam said, just kind of tighten up those controls and make crafting and inventory and all of that stuff, movement, feel the way it does in Part 2. And then it's just like, I'm just really going back for nostalgia's sake, you know, just to see it in a shiny new paint of coat, similar to how everyone is going back to all of like the Resident Evil remakes right now and things like that. Or even
at least there was like 20 years with
Okay.
I mean, some of those, like, I mean, so there could be something to be said over the Resident Evil 4 remake, which again is not being, you know, said to be a remake. It is just simply being shown as Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
As this thing that's, you know, like which we'll be seeing more of on Monday. So there's been whispers of on Twitter by Capcom.
Yeah.
You know, I think Last of Us, I was just talking about this morning. It's like The Last of Us Part 2 specifically is like this perfect mirroring of taking Naughty Dog's incredible cinematic storytelling.
Yep.
And I know, Tam, you're not the biggest fan of how it controls, but like I really thought Last of Us Part 2 was like a ballet of violence, and like I really felt
That's
like
a nice way to put it.
was like a beautiful way to like dance around and stealth and like get up and do all these things. And that's like, again, Lucy said this, like there's something just so much more versatile about how the way Ellie moves, and that's probably because of Ellie and the way, I mean, like they just really went on that. And if they can somehow if they can somehow take that same approach to how Joel would really move in a way to this remake without, you know, like harkening it down too much, I think that'd be sweet. And besides, it's like we're gonna have a whole new audience of people who are gonna probably just be learning about Last of Us with the HBO
They're going to see the
It makes
show,
perfect
yep,
sense.
and then jump in.
We're
and
getting it this year.
sales numbers are going to go
We're
up
getting
like
it like a few
Witcher did.
months.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Gotta get those DualSense integrations too, you know?
Yeah, I just want to feel the controller just crunch as one of those, you know, mushroom, what are they called? Sprouters?
No.
Cordyceps boys?
Clickers.
Clickers?
Yeah. Sprouters.
Sprouters.
But real quick, the and similar to what Tam was saying with like the cohesion, the link between the two parts, I find it very interesting that Ellie is huge on the cover of this one. Whereas before she was kind of like with
I thought you were going to say Ellie is huge now. Just like 10
She's bigger than
foot.
Joel.
She's massive. What have they done?
This journey.
A 13-year-old jacked kid.
they were like, you know, sharing the cover before, but now she's gigantic and he's smaller, even
Poor
though
Joel.
he's the one you're playing as in this one. But I find that interesting. They're definitely really trying to grab people that may have jumped in on part 2 and are going back to experience this.
But
Yeah.
also that was a story I remember back in 2013 that Naughty Dog had to actually fight to even get Ellie on the cover.
Yeah,
and so
I
it's
remember
kind
that.
of
Well, they won their
a
battle.
sign of the times. Yeah, and they did, and it's like a sign of the times thing that we can have Ellie front and center,
Grizzled,
huge.
bearded,
Grizzled and buff, apparently.
huge Ellie here to
Yeah.
pull the weight.
I
That'd be
hope-
great
I
if
hope
this
they
remake
introduce a
just
mechanic where every time you kill someone, Ellie gets slightly bigger. So, and that's how you track how like ruthless you are. So by the end of the game, you're like, blood on your hands, you turn, and Ellie is like 20 foot tall, and you're like, oh god. What
if they did, I know we're talking about Last of Us a lot, but if they did a role switch for this remake, that would actually be pretty remarkable.
that'd
Not
be
that they're
pretty
gonna do it,
No.
but they could. We don't know. I don't even know if we're gonna be seeing it today. The official trailer that was leaked. or
Well,
not.
we already saw it, so yeah.
Some of us did. I
There you
didn't.
go. Surprise.
I'm here. I'm here for the genuine surprise. I didn't even know it was leaked until just now. Just kidding. Lucy, I'm gonna kick it over to you because
Ooh.
you know there's still chance for a secret or two. There's still chance for something for a surprise or
Oh,
two.
100%.
We have 2 hours. This is the Summer Game Fest today is 2 hours. I'm not saying that all these games can't fill up that time, but like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's expected to be there. We'll get to that in a second. But
I was
Lucy,
gonna say,
what's
I don't think he's going to be on for like 15 minutes. He's going to probably do a 30-second, hey, Fortnite, and then
Fortnite
leave.
movie? What do we think that's going to be? Is it the Fortnite movie?
I probably.
Tam, what do you think?
He's in Fortnite.
Spy
I don't
Hunter.
know.
As in, what is Dwayne the Rock Johnson representing, or what is he going to do? 'Cause
What movie?
I-
What movie is going to announce? Possible movie announcement? Something?
Well, they
movie?
did the Black Adam trailer yesterday.
Yeah, it will be Black Adam, I guess. But I kind of want him to just cut a promo on Geoff Keighley while he's up there, as if he's like old school The Rock, just telling Geoff Keighley that if he doesn't smell
Where
what The
Geoff
Rock
Keighley
is
just takes the
cooking.
place of Bill Gates.
Yeah, and taking him to like
That original clip.
SmackDown Hotel or whatever it was from back in the day, and keeps doing the Rock's eyebrow at Geoff Keighley. That would be what I want to see most. But in all likelihood, he'll be like, "Hey, I'm Dwayne The Rock Johnson. You
Don't
might
forget about
remember
me."
me from shows like the WWE and movies like Fast and Furious. The one you may
Mummy
know me.
Returns.
You may know me as the man beefing with Vin Diesel. I'm gonna be in Fortnite, and
Is he already
and
in
maybe
Fortnite? Is he
maybe
playable
he'll be
in
like,
Fortnite?
yeah,
Yes.
he's around there. He's like one of the characters, and maybe he'll be like, we're actually also making a Fortnite movie, and I will be the main character,
darn.
Peely the banana.
I'm exposing.
Keighley.
I'm completely thrown myself. Like I didn't even know. I knew he was in it.
Yeah.
Don't know if he's playable.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, but we're gonna get Fortnite movie. He's gonna jump out. He's gonna peel a banana.
Yeah.
What is it? Twerk, dab,
Peely.
dab on the way out.
Dab, yeah.
Anyways, back on to what could be a surprise. Not just Dwayne, because we kind of know that Dwayne's
Yeah,
gonna
we
be
kinda
there.
know that one.
Lucy, what's the big surprise that you want to see? What's the thing you hope? Far-fetched crap at something that you don't know that could surprise
Oh, I
you.
mean that I don't know.
Yeah.
What did I write in the doc? I think I wrote the new Kojima game. Like
Overdosed.
he's been posting. I mean, Norman Reedus was like, "Oh yeah, I'm working on Death Stranding 2," which I don't know if that's what this is going to be. But Kojima's been posting that he's like back doing motion capture with a bunch of actors
Margaret
and.
Qualley, or at least that's the rumor.
That's the rumor that's going to be Margaret Qualley. And as someone who is watching The Leftovers for the first time, I really had like a Leo moment, like pointing in the screen, like, huh? But no, I'm really stoked. I'm really interested to see what that could possibly be. I feel like if anything is going to get announced with regards to Kojima, it's going to be on Jeff's stage. We did a video with Jeff a couple weeks ago. We asked him 20 questions. First off the bat, we asked him who his best friend is, and he said Hideo Kojima. So
And broke everyone else's hearts.
Yeah.
yeah,
It would
sorry.
be terrible. It would be terrible if Kojima didn't say that back.
Sorry, Joseph Fares. It is Hideo Kojima.
Probably Nicholas
but
wouldn't
no.
reference Kojima's best friend. Anyways.
Oh yeah, that's true. But no, I think whatever it's going to be, I think that's going to be interesting. Like you said, it's 2 hours of show, and Geoff Keighley said, temper your expectations. But I honestly think that is just a state of the video game world right now, is that like you can tell people exactly what to expect and they will still go, oh, it wasn't enough, blah blah blah. And so I feel like he's probably going to have a great show. He always does. And I think he's just telling people to temper their expectations anyway, just to avoid any mudslinging, because that's what people love to do at these kind of things.
He's gonna come out wearing some fly kicks, although he might just reserve those for Game Awards. I was thinking,
Oh, no. He
I
said
want to
he's
see
doing
him
them.
come out bare feet.
if he comes out
Finally,
barefoot,
bare feet, the foot content we need.
Wearing Birkenstocks.
Someone screenshots it, puts it up on Rate My Feet or whatever it's called. Feet Wikipedia.
Wiki feet.
Wiki feet, and then we give him a 5 out of 5, and then a new Geoff Keighley meme is born.
I just want to know what his regular shoe game is like.
God,
On a day-to-day.
Pretty good.
It's
I
good?
mean, every time I've
Solid,
seen Jeff,
yeah.
he's always got pretty good shoes on. But he does, I mean, again, like we did a 20 questions with him, he does have a stylist for the big events.
Oh,
And his stylist, it does like Jason Momoa and Simu Liu, so
so he
I wanna
doesn't
see-
choose
Legit.
his own shoes.
Yeah, I want to see Geoff Keighley come out in whatever outfit they pick for Jason Momoa. Just basically no shirt on.
well,
Tam,
like in
you're-
an oversized suit.
Yes. Tam, you're a Kojima man, friend, person.
Yes,
What do
I
you
am
think-
friends with Kojima. Yes, for sure. let's just spread that.
What do you think, as Kojima's best friend, Tam? What do you
Yeah.
think? Like, what do you think the chances are that we're going to see? I mean, at all, see anything? One, Kojima related, and two, what is your weigh in on the possibility of a horror game rather than Death Stranding 2?
I think that we are due a Kojima appearance at a Geoff Keighley show. The last time he was mentioned was that time when he was like not allowed or around, if I remember correctly.
We're thinking of you.
Yeah, time is a flat circle at this point, so I can't remember if that was like before Death Stranding became a big thing. But he's not been around for a long time in a Geoff Keighley thing, so we are due him popping up and being going, "Hi everyone, hello Jeff, my best friend, and Tam, my best friend." So hopefully we'll get at least that out of it. Whether we get to see the game, I'm hopeful. At the very least, I would suspect if he does show up, he'll be like, "I'm working on something special," maybe a screenshot or something, like just a snippet. The whether he's going to be making that horror game, if it feels like a dead cert at this point. If you think about it, the thing that most people were most excited about prior to the whole fallout with Konami was him working on PT, and there was a lot around that project that got people excited, namely like working with Del Toro and more importantly Junji Ito, and I think there's been a lot of people wanting to see him return to that idea, or at the very least wanting to see him work in the survival horror or horror genre a bit more. He always flirts with it. He's had horror aspects of horror in Metal Gear Solid 3 with the dream sequence, and obviously there's that one chapter in Metal Gear Solid 5 which is quite intense, and then PT as well, and he was originally going to do Silent Hills. So I think he, as much as anyone else, and also people who are funding him, will know that a horror thing is top of mind for people who want something out of Kojima. So that seems like a dead certainty, and having the folks that worked on Death Stranding involved in to some degree also works, because that world can support something a little more horrific, survival horror-y, and kind of like that kind of aesthetic as well. There's parts of Death Stranding that are already quite unsettling, and I think you could like push it up a bit more. So it wouldn't be a stretch to have a horror game existing in that universe, or they could just be moving on and being like, let's just grab those same actors and use them for different things and just try and make it an anthology style thing. So it could work.
We're
I'm
overdue.
hopeful.
I mean, we're overdue for a Kojima horror game. Like, there's no secret that he wants it. I think it was during Game Awards, Guillermo del Toro threw out like this kind of off the cuff line, being like, "We wanted to make a horror game. Oh well, I guess we couldn't." And it came off really like, wow, what is that alluding to? What are you saying there?
Yeah.
But that said, we have. You're not the horror guy, Devontae, so
Nope.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I accept that I'm a scaredy cat, and one day, I'll get over it, or I won't.
You just signed up. That means Devontae is our designated horror playing boy.
Well, at least I can hide in a different state.
I just never come back out of New
They
Jersey.
can't throw like VR on
in
me
your
and force me
extremely
to play.
bright white.
I'm gonna say
room.
horror games can't cross state lines.
Yes, no, that's well, you just signed yourself up, so deal with it.
Okay.
I've been through the ringer doing that stuff. I love horror games, even though I don't handle them well. But Tam, you mentioned we want to see Kojima do survival horror. Horror never left the gaming zeitgeist, but it does feel over the past couple of years, specifically, that like survival horror is really making a much needed comeback.
Yeah.
Had, I mean, it kind of I don't know if I could be wrong here, but I felt like it really started to come in circle with the Resident Evil 2 remake specifically. Maybe Resident Evil 7, I'll give Resident Evil 7 credit.
Yeah.
For sure. But I really feel like it started to sing with
When the
that for me.
remakes popped up.
We have Alan Wake 2, which is going to be a full-fledged survival horror that was supposed to be seen. I know. I mean, I had a meltdown. I usually don't get too excited during announcements, but when Sam Lake said that, just seeing Sam Lake kind of like gives me chills.
I mean, but also like the Max Payne remix as well. Like, there's so much Sam Lake coming over the next few years.
And also a TV show, Alan Wake TV show,
Yeah.
signed through AMC. We have a lot.
Going to be drowning in lake.
Yes, those are going to be Drowning in Lake and Alan Wake Lake's Max Payne's Lake. But if we got this wave, I know this doesn't help you, Devontae. I'm just going to keep apologizing to you.
Yeah, no,
But
don't.
if we get this wave of Resident Evil 4, we get, we're going to get Resident Evil Village VR. We're going to get Alan Wake 2 survival horror. If we get a Kojima survival horror, then we get Callisto Protocol this year,
Yep.
and then Dead Space remake next year.
Yep.
It's a time for me to be alive. Me and Lucy are just having a great time.
Loving it.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be alive until we scare ourselves.
Gonna ruin everyone's
much.
Christmas. Apparently, that's the plan. Gonna boot the.
Might as well, you gotta find ways to entertain yourself when you're home over Christmas.
But in terms of before, we got 2.5 minutes going in right before the show begins. Also, just want to let everyone know that we are going to be having a quick little post show afterwards, and then we're going to lead right into the Day of the Devs. Day of the Devs is going to be starting. So if you want to watch that, we're also going to be streaming that, so you can make sure to still watch it here at GameSpot. But we'll also be chatting around for a little bit. And then after that, it's going to be back to Devontae and I. But before we move into that, I want to know if there's anything you're hoping to see that's not on that little list.
Something that is not on the little list, but
Just a
we
little.
do know that Focus Entertainment will be there. I want to see a Plague Tale Requiem.
That's kind of horror-like.
A little bit, yeah.
Stealth horror?
Luckily, I'm not afraid of like mice or rats in that way, but
Yeah, you can handle a wave of them.
Yeah.
Thousands of them coming.
thousands of them.
Plague-ridden.
That game the first one really surprised me though. It didn't seem like a game that I would love, and bless Game Pass. Downloaded it, booted it up, and just started to really fall in love with the world and the characters and the rats. And I'm hyped to see the second one. I didn't think a second one would pop up, and then
Last
to get
of Us
that
vibes.
teaser.
You got a thing for like.
Yeah, it's like I have a thing for certain horror, I guess we
But
can
like
say.
I'm talking like even conceptually, it's like big sister looking out for little brother,
Yeah,
pseudo daddy looking
Yeah.
out for pseudo daughter.
yeah,
Same concept.
yeah. Follows me to The Witcher too.
Are you talking
got
about
Geralt and
Plague Tale, or are you talking about Bioshock here?
All of them.
Yeah, all of them.
Are you
Because
big-
I love Bioshock
There
too.
you
I
go.
love
This is what we're talking
Bioshock
about.
too.
He just, big
That's just my thing.
figures looking after little ones.
Apparently.
Devontae, a man of heart, a man of looking out for somebody.
Clearly, I'm like a father, and I don't even know it.
I hope.
Hello
I
to,
hope you know.
Hello to all my children out there.
All of my rat children. I
All
love
of my
you
rat
all. I have
children.
no
all of
problem
my
with you.
rugrats. There we go.
Tam. What do you want to see? What are you hoping?
You
and
know,
what's the big
you
surprise?
know what I want to see.
It's a big surprise.
The big surprise. We had it last time Geoff Keighley was around. He delivered in a big way. He gave us Elden Ring. I think
that?
it's time for Geoff Keighley to deliver the
another horror
second
game.
part of that, the Elden Ring DLC. It's been a while. The game's been out. It's got a lot of momentum. It is likely going to be Game of the Year pretty much
All right, Tam.
everywhere. So it's time. It's time.
It's time. It's time for us to possibly see. We have 5 seconds to go. Folks, we're here at GameSpot covering Summer Game Fest. Thank you for being here. Over to you, Geoff Keighley. Let's kick it.
Woo!
And here we go. Hello, everybody. I'm Geoff Keighley, and this is Summer Game Fest, a live showcase of what's next in the wide, wide world of video games. We are live here in Los Angeles, and whether you're streaming from home or watching inside an IMAX theater, welcome to our showcase event. Over the next few hours, we'll give you updates on the games you love, be joined by special developer guests, and yes, have a few surprises along the way too. Now, what I love about this show is that it's a true cross-industry showcase. Whether you play on Xbox, PC, PlayStation, Switch, or mobile, we'll have games for you. It doesn't matter your platform of choice. We're all here to come together as one community that simply loves the art of amazing video games. The biggest franchises in the industry are here, like Call of Duty. You'll get introduced to exciting new worlds and new teams, and we'll make room for small independent developers who we think deserve the spotlight too. If we do this right, hopefully you'll discover a few new games to put on your wish lists. And even if you don't get every announcement that you desire, and let's face it, you're not going to get everything today, but we've got a lot of great stuff. So let's get started. Over 30 years ago, Capcom's Street Fighter hit arcades, and ever since, this legendary Japanese fighting game series has continued to evolve. Street Fighter 6 is coming in 2023, and right now, we're excited to officially confirm a character coming to the game and show you the exclusive first gameplay footage. Enjoy.
You won't know what hit you.
Let me have some fun.
Let's get this mission started. This will be a good fight. Got you in my sights. Neutralized. Predictable. Time to end this. Fire. Double. Seven. I'm just on another level.
It's all about the comb. All right, next it's time for a brand new game announcement here at Summer Game Fest. Check this out.
Sergeant Leo Alvarez of the CM Leth Recon Squad.
Our mission was to enter the Tantalus base, locate the comsat relay, and bring it back online. We found the relay, but there was a problem.
Get that door closed now, Private. Close that gate. Nothing gets in here. Ray didn't make it.
Releases of One Piece.
Willis, take the lead.
Oh, this ain't good.
What we found was a new kind of evil. And it found us first.
What the?
This wasn't human.
Retreat! Retreat! Willis! Open fire! Go! 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 Alvarez! Through that door! Hold that door, Sergeant! Son of a...
I don't know what I saw in there. But I know when I close my eyes, I still see it. Now everyone's dead. And someone needs to know.
That was Aliens Dark Descent, and it's coming in 2023 to console and PC. Next, 2 years ago at the Game Awards, we revealed the Callisto Protocol from the creative forces behind the Dead Space franchise. Today, I am thrilled to get to show you the first raw gameplay alongside its creator, Glenn Schofield. But first, here's the quote-unquote Schofield cut of the brand new trailer with a little more gore.
Take a look outside. Did you know that they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Just like you would have been if I hadn't fished you out of that wreck. So whatever you're holding on to right there, that's your old life. You gotta let that go. Because your new life is entirely in my hands. I'm just trying to give you a chance at rebirth. I just love that last part. Gives me chills every time.
That's right. We know what you wanted to see. And joining me now, Glenn Schofield, Striking Distance. Glenn, first of all, congratulations. This game looks absolutely incredible. And I got to say, the fact that you have built this team, this studio, new IP, shipping this December, all in COVID, blows me away. So congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for having us. I really do appreciate it, Jeff. And, you know, for a second, just give me a second. You know, I want to thank you for all you've done for the game industry all these years, man. I think I've known you like 16, 17 years now. And you've been an ambassador. You've amplified new games, new studios, and I just wanted to thank you. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you. It's not about me. It's about you guys.
Yeah, I know. But
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's so fun to do these shows and to show this game. So people saw the trailer, but what I'm so excited today is that you just brought a raw gameplay sequence. This game is in development, and people are going to be blown away, I think, when they see it. But tell us a bit about what are we going to see today?
Yeah, we got a couple minutes of, like you said, like raw gameplay. It's 2 segments in the first half of the game. One is a med bay, another one is a power station, and you're going to see some new enemies, some brutality, some just about everything. We're showcasing a new weapon called the Grip. Okay. It's like a gravity gun, but it picks up the enemies and it shoves them into giant fans. It rips them apart. It's great. And then check out the nice ending we have where we, you know, we usually will kill our main character, Jacob, and in a very unique way. And just for a second, I want to thank the team, man. Like you said, through COVID, through everything else, the dedication, the hard work, you guys are amazing. Thank you very much.
Well, Glenn, I got to say, again, you know, what you guys are shipping this year, this looks like a world-class next-gen game. It's rare that teams are bringing something out like this year, and let's let the footage speak for itself. Glenn Schofield, Striking Distance. Here it is, the first gameplay of the Callisto Protocol. Oh my God, that just happened. All right, moving on. This October, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 arrives. Infinity Ward is once again returning to its roots for a modern-day action game, And today we're about to show you the world premiere of its gameplay with a level playthrough. To tell us more, let's head to the port of Long Beach to check in with Johanna Ferris, the head of Call of Duty.
Hi everyone. In 2019, Modern Warfare changed everything. And on October 28th, we usher in a new era of Call of Duty with the launch of Modern Warfare 2. We are back, we are bigger, and we are bringing the entire team. Price, Gaz, Soap, Alejandro, and of course, Ghost. We needed a stage big enough to debut Call of Duty in a whole new way, inspired by the world we're about to enter. Oil rigs, cargo ships, and staggering odds are just the beginning. Here is Modern Warfare 2.
Eyes in the red. All right, that's our target. Shadows 1 and 2. Push to your hook points. Let's invite ourselves in.
All stations, ship is visual.
Copy. Press for assault. Stay on comm. We board, clear, disarm that missile. Be ready for anything. This could be a trap. Actual, we're set.
Copy, get to work.
Good hook. Up and at him.
All Shadows, the missile is on this platform. I want full containment. You've got 3 AQ internal.
2-1, making entry.
So, cut right clear through.
Rim clear, coming out. Shadow 1, moving to the southeast stairwell. Squatters, right side. Two above.
Balcony door undone.
Ghost, we're moving to the main deck. What's your status? Boarding the ship with Shadow 3 now. Roger that.
Run down. Rush out.
Here.
We need to move fast. All Shadows, force out. I want eyes on that container now.
2 copies, moving.
We gotta roll.
Shadow 1, Ghost, visual on flares coming from the ring. What's your status, over?
Ghost, they're signaling the ship. They're gonna launch that missile.
It's first stage. There's no time. All Shadows, missile is on the helipad. 2-1, we're moving to secure. Cover us.
2 copies all.
Roger that. Confirm when the objective is neutralized.
Open.
Where are the controls?
On that damn ship. Actual, we got a problem. Missile is armed somewhere on the ship.
You have your orders, son. Stop that launch.
Let's move out! Go! This is here, Rogue One, back in the water, inbound to your position!
Solid copy, we're taking effective fire. The LZ will be hot.
Roger that! Once we're on deck, we push to the bridge! Fast! Secure those controls! Stop this missile, yep! How do we board? Take the ramp! Hold tight, Sergeant! Let's have ourselves a gunfight! Missile controls are on the bridge! Have to stop the launch!
Alejandro, maintain overwatch from the rig. We're forcing up. Copy that.
Reloading!
They're forcing up. I'm moving.
Containers are the only cover we have.
Just don't get caught between them. Entry on the third. We have to get to that door. Check your corner.
What's the container? X-ray down!
Course right. Shadow 1, the missile's for launch. How far are you from the bridge? This is 1. We're pushing towards the entry now. Copy that. They closed off the bridge entry. Secure the deck and we'll blow the door.
Visual on bridge entry.
Well,
Check it. Controls are internal. All right, stand back. This is Shadow 1 going explosive on bridge entry. 3, 2, 1, execute!
Pre-order now and get early access to the open beta.
That's what we're talking about. And joining us now, up from Long Beach, Johanna, great to see you. How's everything?
It's great. Thanks.
Great to have you with us, and also Jeff from Infinity Ward. So we saw the first gameplay. Thanks for that extended sequence. Looks incredible. Jeff, tell us a bit about that mission. Where is that set in the game? What are we seeing there?
Absolutely. So first of all, we're really excited to welcome back Captain John Price and Gaz Garrick. You know, they're not actually in what we just saw today, but they're returning members from 141, and then the other two characters that you may recognize from the older franchise that we're reimagining are Simon Ghost Riley and of course Soap John McTavish, and then a couple other new characters in here that we're really excited that we got to create for this game. First, Commander Philip Graves and Mexican Special Forces Colonel Alejandro. And Alejandro, I gotta say, it's a character we're really excited about. He's a guy who's super capable and a guy who's just as important as Task Force 141. But as far as the level's concerned, I got a shout out to IW. This was a tremendous collaboration across all of the different disciplines. As you saw, everybody coming together, some really motivated devs here. And, you saw the wind and the animations and the awesome sound design. And of course, our new water tech, which is actually pushing the boat in different directions. It's creating a physically dynamic environment, allowing for the cover you were seeing. In certain cases, you could be behind cover, and then suddenly that cover would shift and leave you exposed, but it also leaves the enemy exposed, creating this emergent gameplay. Again, I'm very excited. Just can't wait I'm so excited that we get to show it off today.
And that's just a hint of where things are going to go. Johanna, tell us a bit about Call of Duty overall. Modern Warfare 2, obviously, we're so excited that it's back this year, but you've got lots going on across Call of Duty. What can we expect from you guys this year?
Yeah, we, first of all, thanks for having us here. We're just so excited for October 28th. It's such a big moment, not just for Modern Warfare 2 and everything that Geoff and the team at Infinity Ward have built, but it really marks the step change, what we're calling a transformational moment for the entire franchise. You're going to see incredible rendering, incredible graphics, all the things just within the game itself, built all on one shared engine now across Warzone and Modern Warfare 2 going forward. Of course, there's a lot of chatter and interest about the new Warzone experience. We're affectionately calling it Warzone 2.0. There will be a standalone experience of Warzone for current existing players as well. So we're going to sort of feed the entire community there. But all eyes on the 28th. And again, I think the collaboration's just been incredible. Everybody's so excited for Task Force 141. Warzone coming to mobile as well for players on the go. We're on Steam, as you know. So it's just a big moment, and there's going to be a lot more to come in the months to follow.
Well, before we leave, we got to ask a little bit about Warzone 2. I know we just, we're showing gameplay here on this, but can you tell us anything? It seems like there was a little bit of a tease maybe in the trailer yesterday.
Yeah, when we're seeing that from the community, we love when the fans can pick up some things, some chatter about maybe seeing high-rise and other elements, but we will get into the details of Warzone 2.0 for sure. It will be an extension of the Modern Warfare 2 universe, so all the more reason why we think this game, this moment is such an important title for all of us looking ahead. And like we said, we're having a bold vision around the entire future for the franchise, so we're in position. We're really excited.
All right, well, we're looking forward to October. Thanks so much for giving us a first look at the gameplay. Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2. Thanks, Johanna and Geoff. All right, well, we've got lots more Summer Game Fest still to go, and now it's time to announce a classic PC gaming franchise is coming back with a sequel over 30 years after its first release. I loved this game when I was growing up, so I'm honored to share this very first look. All right, let's turn back time. Back in 2017, we announced Witchfire at the Game Awards. Almost 5 years later, I am so excited that the team at the Astronauts in Poland has put together an in-depth look at the gameplay of this dark fantasy first-person shooter, which will enter early access soon. I am so excited to play this, and I bet you will be too after you see this. Okay, next up comes an ambitious new game from a new independent studio in Europe starring some very familiar names. Enjoy this world premiere new game announcement.
Officer Taylor, Medlog 29. Today, I can't believe what I saw.
Solace, everything okay in there?
Something is going on here. And I need to find out what it is.
That's something brand new, and look who it is. Troy and Roger in person. Guys, this is so fun, the fact that you're working on a game together. What a cool team up. Welcome to the show.
Good to be here.
I got to ask you guys, who are your characters in this game?
Well, I get to play a character named Wyatt Taylor, who's a medical officer who's stationed at this base, Fort Solace. And it's the epicenter of this mystery that we'll discover and uncover as we go through the game. And of course, my character will be at times in opposition with Roger's character.
The battle we've been waiting to see.
Every once in a, yeah. Oh, man. We can't wait to show you what we've been working on. And by the way, Geoff, this looks awesome, man. It's so great to be here. Thanks for having us.
It's so great that you're in another game. I mean, it's feel like this is your first game since Red Dead 2.
One of the first major ones for a while. And I play a character by the name of Jack Leary. He's a maintenance engineer on a remote Martian mining post.
Okay.
And his job is to make sure that none of the equipment breaks down while it's on their graveyard shift. The graveyard shift meaning Mars and Earth are really far apart from each other and their orbits around the sun. So help is not a simple call away.
I got to ask, I think a lot of people will see this thing and they'll probably wonder, it's a new team, right? Independent studio in Europe that's making this, but with huge production values. I'm curious, how did you guys get attached to this? Tell us a bit about the background.
I will say that 2020 to me was the most impactful year for games. It was the first, obviously we had this unprecedented event with the pandemic and that forced the way that we looked at everything as a society, but also the way this industry functioned. But it was also brand new consoles. We had more tools that were being made available that were leveling the playing field between the AAA studios and the indie studios or the AAA studios. And so, just like anybody else, we got reached out. James Tinsdale with this brand new studio said we'd like for you to consider being a part of this game. And he walked me through a very brief description of what the experience was going to be like. And in the very beginning, he said, we want this to feel, it's a tight thriller. We want it to feel like Dead Space meets Duncan Jones' Moon. And I was like, sign me up. I'm into that, absolutely.
And full performance capture and everything, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. New studio, brand new energy, and of course, I get to work with one of the best in the business.
And me.
I get the privilege
Who's the
of
other?
Getting to see this guy and watch him in action. I love to work, and I love the challenges and all the new innovations that this medium provides to performers. We can't wait to show you what we've been working on. I think it's going to knock
I
your
guess I've
socks
seen
off.
some of the behind the scenes and the performance capture, Unreal Engine 5. I mean, it looks absolutely phenomenal. Can you give us a hint about the gameplay? What are we going to do in this game?
Yeah, the verbs are always important. So we're going to let the game speak for itself. We'll be showing you more later on. But this is a game where you as the player, you're going to be exploring, you're going to be discovering. Like we said, it's a very tight thriller. So you're moving very fast-paced through this world. There'll be multiple locations, multiple ways for you to traverse, which we're excited to show you about. And then the narrative is a huge element to this. They didn't waste any resources on the performance for sure. I got to tell one quick story, if I can. It was one of our favorite moments. There is a lot of action in this game, and that was at the forefront of this. And to speak to the performance capture aspect, we brought in an incredible, I got to give him a shout out to Nathaniel, our stunt coordinator, who walked us through and really approached this in a completely different way than anything I've ever done before. And he says, I want to know the story of this fight. And so Roger and I sat down. We said, these are who our characters are. And he goes, give me 1 hour and I will come back to you with the story of this fight. And after an hour, he comes to us and he goes, it was like a recovery program. It was 12 steps. And he walked us through this incredible fight. And about halfway through it, I started tuning him out. And I was like, hey, man, I just want to let you know I've got no ego about this, but I can do a lot of things, but I can't do this. And he grabbed me by my shoulders and he says, oh, you can. You will. And it's going to be glorious.
And we did.
And we
it's
did.
like a dance. There was a lot of trust, and it worked out.
Yeah, I mean,
we're
big,
excited
big
about it.
stunts. I mean, this is so cool to see. It's an independent studio doing this, teaming up with you guys. We can't wait to see more. Troy, Roger, thanks for joining us here.
Happy to be here.
Summer Game
Thank
Fest.
you.
All right, appreciate it very much, guys. All right, well, next up, keeping up with the space theme, it's time to world premiere a very exciting new game, which will feature a musical score by industry legend Mick Gordon. This one is going to grab you, and we are so honored to debut it. Doesn't that look great? That was Routine coming to Xbox and PC. It was first announced a decade ago and is now officially back. I can't wait to see more. Now it's time to check in with a very special guest who's been in his fair share of video games, including most recently Fortnite as the foundation. Dwayne Johnson, welcome to Summer Game Fest. How are you?
What's up, everybody? And what's up, Jeff? And what is up to the Summer Game Fest audiences live streaming right now around the world and everybody inside the epic IMAX theaters. Dwayne Johnson here, coming at you from my Iron Paradise, the very hot and sweaty and smelly Iron Paradise, powered by, of course, Zoa Energy, the #1 fastest growing energy drink in the game. You guys know me by a lot of nicknames. The Rock, La Roca in Spanish, Uncle Handsome, sexiest man alive, big drink energy. Always room for a cheesy joke. There's always room for the extra large cheese pizza, especially when I'm delivering, and I deliver them often. You guys also know me as the greatest and most electrifying surprise in gaming that happened. You know me as the Foundation. And I got to tell you guys, #1, thank you so much for the crazy response of me becoming the Foundation. But also, I got to say that, I've had such a pleasure working with Epic Games and the teams over there. And we cannot wait to show you what we have in store for the future. And speaking of the future, in the future, you will also know me as Black Adam. Black Adam, as millions of you know around the world who know the Black Adam mythology, he is ruthless, he is unstoppable. And for those who don't, I always like to say a quick tutorial is this. Black Adam has the powers of Superman, but the only difference, well, there's a few differences, but one of the biggest differences is Superman's weakness is magic, and Black Adam's, one of his superpowers is magic. So you do the math. October 21st, I cannot wait for you guys to see Black Adam around the world in theaters only. And you guys will finally see the hierarchy of power in the DC universe change. It has been an honor to become Black Adam, and it is a role that's in my DNA and that I was born to play. I was born to play the Man in Black, and I'm honored to show it to you guys on October 21st. So until then, stay healthy, stay safe, stay focused, keep having fun, keep kicking ass, enjoy your gaming, and I'll see you down the road. This is Black Adam.
Black Adam, what have your powers ever given to you? Nothing but heartache.
I was a slave until I died. Then I was reborn a god. Now, I kneel before no one.
You can be the destroyer of this world. Or you can be its savior. That's up to you.
Behind you! Did he just catch a rocket? He got a rocket. All black everything. You know my Fresco.
That was so fun to see Courage and Ray in that Fall Guys piece, and you can play and download Fall Guys for free starting June 21st across all platforms, including Nintendo Switch, Xbox, PC, and PlayStation. All right, back to another new game announcement. We're going to announce a brand new game and universe from a new team of legendary developers. Check this out.
Discovery, this is Command. Storm's in your way. Prepare for extraction.
Signal's breaking up. Command, I'll do one last scan. See you soon. Over. Okay, hurry. Now we're talking. Command, I may be onto something. I have it, Command. Repeat, I have it. Mission accomplished.
Hang tight, Doc. I've got this.
Glad you could make it.
We gotta move. Now. There's a storm coming. And hell's coming with it.
There you have it. Tim, congratulations. Stormgate is real. We have a name and some details. So first of all, congratulations on this announcement. We're so excited about the return of RTS, brand new franchise. What is a Stormgate, though?
All right, so Stormgates are portals that open during a massive solar storm that unleash the infernal host on future Earth.
Okay. And we saw some hints of some, I mean, you know, you guys coming from Blizzard and StarCraft, everyone wants to know about races. You know, tell us about the sides in this RTS game.
Yeah, we're unveiling our first 2 factions today, but there will be more. So the Human Resistance, and we saw an archaeologist from the Human Resistance in that intro cinematic, and then also the Infernal Hosts, who are these demon-like monsters who come from another world.
I think one thing everyone wants to know about, especially your background pedigree of the team, of, you know, where do you want to push the RTS genre? It's something we've all loved for decades, but, you know, opportunity for a lot of innovation. I know you're going to show us, I think, some hints of where you're going to go image-wise with the actual gameplay made in Unreal Engine, but any sense of what you want to do for the gameplay in this game?
Absolutely. But the first thing I want to say is we are very consciously trying to stay true to what players already love about RTS. Where we're really trying to push the genre and be innovative. First off, approachability. For one thing, we're free to play, but no pay to win, no NFTs, nothing like that. Just to lower that barrier to entry to get players in. But we're also really trying to be a lot more social. So you'll be able to play the campaign cooperatively. We've got 3-player open-ended co-op, and we've even got 3 versus 3 for competitive multiplayer. But of course, we've also still got 1v1 competitive.
And as a little surprise, I think we've got some first kind of work-in-progress images from the game, right?
Yeah, these are still very much being worked on, but some shots of actual assets that we're building in Unreal Engine 5.
Wow, well, I love it. 2023, you said, for the beta, so people can sign up now, get ready, and I'm just so thrilled that there is a brand new RTS franchise coming from you guys and your background and what you did, at Blizzard and StarCraft. We're so excited about this team, Frost Giant. Thank you so much for giving us your announcement today on Summer Game Fest.
Thank you so much for having us here. Really grateful.
Awesome. All right, Frost Giant, Stormgate, keep an eye out for it. Now it's time for another indie game announcement that I'm excited to share with you. High Water. Check this one out.
Good morning, High Water dwellers. High Water Pirate Radio keeping you in the know with our flow. Alphaville authorities continue to deny false rumors that Alphaville elites are planning to evacuate to Mars. True or not, the one thing we can't deny is that the world ended on a sunny day.
The world ended on a sunny day. Boys and girls surfing in the bay. Kids clamored in the park. No one suspected the coming dark. The wave was coming, but the sky was clear. I let it wash over me. Swept away, swept away, swept away without fear. Swept away, swept away, swept away without fear. The world ended on a sunny day. Boys and girls surfing in the bay. Children clamored in the park. No one suspected the coming dark, the coming dark.
What a breathtaking trailer. High Water is an adventure strategy game set in a world ravaged by extreme climate change. Now, speaking of the world around us, the conflict in Ukraine is not far from anyone's mind, and it's impacted the development of games, including Replaced from Sad Cat Studios, a Belarusian studio with devs from Belarus and Ukraine. The team had long hoped to reveal a new trailer here today, but were understandably unable to complete it in time. Guys, I just want to say we're thinking of you and all the developers impacted by the conflict, and hope to be able to share your work at a future show. All right, our next game is an official selection of the Tribeca Games Festival. It's American Arcadia, where you play Trevor, whose life is being televised with the viewing population constantly voting you up or down. When you become unpopular, you need to start running for your life. Check this out.
Picture a city where technology and science go hand in hand with fun and entertainment.
My grandfather, Elijah Walton, had a dream to build the city of tomorrow. That dream is now a reality, and that city is Arcadia. A 43-square-mile metropolis where each and every citizen enjoys a life of luxury and comfort. Broadcast live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on every digital platform. American Arcadia. Control. Subject on the run on camera 4025. Interrupt broadcast immediately.
Listen to me. We can't allow Trevor Hills to escape under any circumstances.
Trevor. Trevor, can you hear me? Be careful and don't make a sound. Don't worry. I'm going to get you out of there.
Apparently we've made it to the beach. Next up is a sequel we've all been anticipating for a long time. There's Trouble in Paradise, and watch out, you don't want to get bitten. After many years of rumors, we finally get an update on this much anticipated sequel. There you have it. That was Goat Simulator 3, and it's coming later this year to the Epic Games Store. Now, last year, Marvel and 2K announced Marvel's Midnight Suns, a tactical RPG from Firaxis Games, the studio behind XCOM and Civilizations. Heroes from the Avengers and X-Men crossover with supernatural ones like Blade and Ghost Rider for a battle against Lilith, the mother of demons. Today, we've got to look at some new folks set to join the battle.
This world has no hope under your watch. Mother won't hurt you.
Typical Parker luck. I'm gonna need some backup. On you again, old friend. 3, 2, 1. That used to always work. Well, it did that one time.
That was Midnight Suns, and now we're moving on to the wonderful world of Cuphead, the delicious last course. And can you believe it? We're only a couple weeks away from playing the delicious last course, DLC. You see how they did that for Cuphead? Joining me now is Maya Moldenhauer from Studio MDHR. So first of all, Maya, it's really coming?
It's really coming June 30th on all major platforms. We are thrilled.
Well, I'm so thrilled, too, that I think all the fans can't believe that this is here. And I've been lucky enough to play this actually on my Steam Deck last week, and you guys gave me a copy. I can't, people are not going to be ready for how amazing this looks and the backgrounds and what you guys have done. I feel like you've amped up, obviously, the gameplay. It's difficult, as we would expect, but the visual look, you guys have taken it even to the next level, which I didn't think was possible.
Yeah, we absolutely did. I couldn't pinpoint one thing that we're proud of in this because we really honed our craft, took everything to the next level from animation, the backgrounds, the music, gameplay design, and of course our new playable character, Miss Chalice. I'm very proud of her.
Chalice is fun to play as, and even though this is a DLC, it feels like it's its own game inside of Cuphead in many ways.
It is, definitely.
Yeah, you just get on the island, and there you are off to this new territory, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's our biggest island yet, super-sized bosses, lots of secrets to discover. Don't let any rock go unturned.
Yes, and lots of challenge ahead. Well, I know you brought, I know you don't want people to necessarily have too much spoiled about the game, but you brought a little something for people.
A little something, yeah. It's brand new gameplay footage of one of our new bosses, Mortimer Freeze. It takes place in an icy arena and features some of my personal favorite attacks and transformations. We hope everyone enjoys it.
All right, let's check it out. Cuphead, the delicious last course. Thanks, Smile. Now, if you want even more Cuphead, and who doesn't, tomorrow we will show you an exclusive look at Season 2 of the Cuphead Show when I co-host Netflix's Geeked Week, which will include new show and game announcements. It streams at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. And that's not all. There's more Summer Game Fest all weekend long. Coming up next is the Day of the Devs Indie Showcase with IM8-Bit and Double Fine, then Devolver's Marketing Countdown to Marketing. Tomorrow, after Geeked Week, there is the Epic Games Store Showcase at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, with news on Rocket League and the Tribeca Games Showcase. And Sunday, don't miss the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase with a look at the future of Xbox and Game Pass. Now we have some exciting news for Nintendo Switch and PC fans about Neon White, a game where you play an assassin from hell who slays demons for the chance to ascend to heaven.
We're called Neons. Sinners plucked from hell to do God's dirty work. But I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven.
Got 10 days here. New day, new mission from Almighty.
You think you can win me over by showering me with gifts? Good thinking.
We've shown you lots of games today made by huge teams. Now it's time for a game made by a single father in Poland. Over the past year, he's brought on some help to bring his vision for a fast-paced action game, Midnight Fight Express, to life. Let's take a look.
You know the saying, get knocked down, get up again, that whole spiel. Well, it's time, partner. Time to rise up. Together. It's happening. The big guy's actually going through with it. While I sat at his side, seeing lives as dollar signs, had the stink of corruption all over me. And you know who put it there? Nah, not him. Me. Well, I ain't wearing it anymore, and neither are you. Tonight, we wash this whole damn city down.
Such a cool game, and I'm happy to announce that a PC demo of this game is going live right now on Steam and will be part of the Steam Next Fest next week. I really want more playable games to get in the hands of you guys at home, and that's one of them. Check it out. All right, joining me now is Megan from Digital Extremes to talk all things Warframe. Megan, how you doing?
I'm so good. My fellow Canadian.
I know. We got it just happen to always have these Canadian teams on the show. I don't know how that works out, right?
Okay.
We do. Well, we have a great connection. We've also done a lot with Warframe over the years, and I know right now anyone watching on Twitch for more than 30 minutes, this show is going to get a special Twitch drop, right?
That's right. I already have seen people getting it, so it's very exciting. She's right there, loud and proud. Protea, 30 minutes for watching. Thank you for letting us kind of take over your special events category, but she is there and she is for you if you are properly linked up.
No, Warframe, you know, as I said, we've done a lot over the years. You guys have done incredible things with the game, and I know you have TennoCon coming up in July, which is your big kind of event of the year to reveal what's next. What can you tell us?
Well, I can't tell too much, but yeah, July 16th, 2022, it's a digital event again this year. Today, actually, we just launched the digital items for it, so you can get some in-game goodies, some really cool cosmetics, some merch, all that really great stuff went live today. But of course, the reason I'm here is to, you know, kind of debut. We have our Tenno Live during TennoCon, which is our big reveal of the night, and we usually do a little bit of a gameplay, a little bit of a demo, and I think a lot of people can suspect what it might be, but I'm here to kind of confirm what it is that Tenno Live is going to show.
And what is that?
Can I say it?
Yes, I think you can.
Okay, you're going to get your first look at the Deviri Paradox.
Finally.
Finally, I know it's been a couple years, but Deviri Paradox is going to be what Tenno Live is all about, and I'm so happy. The team worked really hard on the teaser you're about to see for it, and I'm just really proud and excited to show it.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for being here on Summer Game Fest. Let's take a look at that right now.
My child, my friend, what was done is done. New dangers, new choices await us now. For now, dream of who we were and of who we have become.
Next, it's time for a new look at Honkai Star Rail, an upcoming open-world space RPG. Yeah, a lot of space today, from Genshin Impact studio Hoyoverse across mobile and PC. This studio continues to deliver, and this new trailer reveals for the very first time a new and exotic realm players will be able to explore.
Listen, you are in a daze right now. You don't know who you are, why you're here. None of that matters. In the near future, you will encounter many perils. You will meet companions who treat you like family and embark on unimaginable adventures. Remember what you feel in this moment. As long as you know in your heart where you're heading, you will arrive at the end of the story. That's the you I like.
I have wine to soothe the souls of honored guests. Welcome aboard the Cienjo La Fool.
And that's not all from Hoyoverse. Today, I'm excited to introduce you to Zenless Zone Zero, their next major new IP. It's a futuristic urban action game. I have to say, I'm blown away by what I've seen so far. It was announced a couple weeks ago, and it has the detail of Genshin Impact with a fast-paced action style. Here is the world premiere of a brand new look at Zenless's notable characters, armed enemies, and world of danger. One of my favorite reveals last year was TMNT Shredder's Revenge, which reminds us all of the Turtles arcade games back in the day. Well, it's nearing the end of development, and the team wanted to use SGF as a way to reveal one exciting aspect of the game they've been keeping under wraps until now.
How far will you push humankind?
Humankind allows you to shape your civilization by combining a multitude of historical civilizations from the ancient to the modern era. One Piece is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, and Bandai Namco is bringing the mega popular franchise back to video games with One Piece Odyssey. Monkey D. Luffy and his crew of pirates are off on their next adventure. This trailer reveals the setting, a mysterious island where Luffy and his Straw Hat crew become marooned in this exciting upcoming JRPG.
The Straw Hat Pirates journeying along the Grand Line.
見ろよ、あの島。でけえ塔がいっぱい立ってる。空に伸びてるあの光はなんだ。よし、面白そうだ。行ってみよう。
ちょっと待ってルフィ。変な形の積乱雲がすごい速度で増えてる。
こいつノックアップストリームだ。
なんだありゃ。おい、落ちるぞ。任せろ。クードバースト。いけ。
立て直すわよ。
なんだよこれ。
させるかよ。クソゴリ。
雲を抜けたぞ。
Filled with new encounters and hidden mysteries. Unravel the adventure that awaits in an Odyssey beyond imagination. One Piece Odyssey.
ここはあなたたちの記憶をもとに作られた世界よ。
This August, Soul Hackers 2 from Atlas launches, and we've got your first listen to the English voice cast with this quick new look.
Ringo. Take my hand. You get one more chance to make things right. So that's our mission then, save the world.
With so many new games featured across SGF events, you might be wondering how to plan for your summer gaming dreams. NerdWallet can help you find the smartest credit card to reward your gaming purchases at nerdwallet.com.
The Epic Mega Sale is going on right now. Save up to 75% off top PC titles with an additional 25% off eligible products. And it wouldn't be the Mega Sale without the free Games Vault, featuring Maneater. Be sure to claim your copy before the sale ends on June 16th. Tune into the Epic Games Store Twitch channel for our summer showcase on June 10th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. We're taking a look at new announcements and updates from PC titles heading to the store this year and beyond.
You nuts?
You're gonna get hit with the unexpected in Mario Strikers Battle League. In this no-holds-barred, soccer-ish sport, chaos reigns supreme. So prepare to do whatever it takes to claim victory. So much fun, it hurts. Mario Strikers Battle League, only on Nintendo Switch. Game rated everyone 10 and up.
Hi, my name is Carl and I'm a developer on Metal Hellsinger. You know how in some games where the music's really good, you feel compelled to move and shoot to the beat? But what if you had to? In Metal, the better you are at slaying to the beat, the more intense everything gets. And we have vocal performances from legendary artists like Serge Tankian from System of a Down, so while headbanging isn't mandatory, we do recommend it. Our demo is live now on Steam, Xbox and PlayStation platforms, so go check it out and slay to the beat.
That one was Metal Hellsinger, coming later this year from Funcom, a rhythm shooter with metal music. And right now, as I mentioned, a demo has launched on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation for you to play for free. Next up, a new game launches tomorrow, The Quarry from Supermassive Games. This spiritual successor to Until Dawn stars David Arquette and an all-star cast. It's getting great reviews, and this is one of those binge-worthy teen horror entertainment experiences where your every choice shapes your story and determines who lives and who dies at a camp in upstate New York. Here's the first look at the launch trailer.
Family is the most important thing in the world. But if your whole family, you know, like every last one of them decided to jump down the bottom of a well and they're all just hanging on the end of a rope, how can one person be expected to pull them all back out? You can't. So you pull on that rope and you're just going to fall right down to the bottom of the well with the rest of them. And what's the point of that?
What? There is a lot more to this than you realize.
Like what?
Kidnapping, murder, cover-ups. I think the whole Hackett family is in on it.
You have no idea what's going on here. Not a goddamn clue. All right, let's do this.
Who should I call?
911.
You mean 911? Who says 911?
Goodbye, cruel world.
We gotta get out. I'm gonna enjoy watching you die.
This isn't a ghost story. It's a creature feature. It's really happening and you're all in it.
This is gonna get a little messy.
Them's the rules, you noob.
Back at the Game Awards, we were proud to reveal Nightingale, a shared world survival crafting game from Inflection Games up in Canada. Now it's time to give you a brand new look and deeper look at the game, including its innovative realm card system that lets you impact things like the weather pattern, resources, and challenges in its procedural realms. Here is your exclusive new look.
You're alone in the realms, I'm afraid. The portals are a mess. Not even sure if Nightingale made it. Given how fragile you humans are, I'd say that staying fed, dry, and rested should be your priority. If the portal arch is inactive, you'll need to make realm cards from rare resources. Once you have realm cards, you can activate the portal. Beware though. Foul things lurk in the interrealmic void, waiting to get in. Be ready with your axe pick. Have offended. Think but this, and all is mended.
The Saints are marching in on August 23rd with the reboot of Saints Row that we revealed last year at Gamescom. And today, we're happy to announce the launch of the Boss Factory demo across PC and console, which lets you design and set up your character. And since it's Saints Row, you guys are going to have a lot of fun with this one. Check it out.
Guys?
You gotta do something to capture people's attention. So what do we build next?
Me.
I want all the power. Yeah, I want all the power. I want all the power. I want all the power.
We are so good
at this.
Which fool wanna challenge me? Got a pack on your back with a stack, can't relax cause you know there's no guarantee. I ain't never get that's a fact, don't react to the test of the mass and the cavalry. Stay correct, it's your majesty. Savage, never kneel, never have defeat.
Seriously, this is perfect. Dinner and a show, baby.
Side of the moon, high speed chase, make your heart stop from the zoom. Unsolved paper, bizarre vibes in the room, top floor brawl, that's a far drop from the room. I want all the power, the money in the dollars, the legends in the hours, the tunnels in my palace, 100 miles an hour, cause I want all the power, I want all the power, I want all the power, I want all the power.
Next, we've got an exclusive first look at extended gameplay of Warhammer 40k Darktide, Fat Shark's follow-up to the critically acclaimed Vermintide series. Darktide promises intense 4-player co-op action and terrifying enemy hordes to team up against. And it's out on September 13th for PC, on Steam, and exclusively on console on Xbox.
Manufacturer MHL 1736 is heading towards a power systems failure thanks to a bit of heretic sabotage. So you're going to restore the coolant and, hopefully, enemy saved the day. Get in, access the operations array, and use the cryonic rods to flush the system. Preferably before something explodes. Head on through the ventilation tunnels and look for an access point.
This way! Move it!
Set your data interrogators. If all goes well, we can unlock the system, prime the rods, and send them where they're needed.
Target is here! Engage it!
That's the first part done. Get to the base of the Matrix spire and put those cryonic rods to work. What are you waiting for? Get it in place! Come on, now! You finished here? Look for a way out!
Bloober Team is known for psychological horror games like Blair Witch and The Medium. Today, they are ready to reveal their latest creation made completely in Unreal Engine 5 for a visceral horror experience. It's a return to the world of Layers of Fears. Get a dose of this.
Someone once said insanity runs in our family. Let it run. They say it's a tale of sadness and guilt of an artist trapped in a place beyond redemption. It's a lie. This is a story of my fear, pain, and hatred, of the horror of my loneliness. And it is mine to tell.
Now I see it. All this misery, all this suffering. There was no other way.
Shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have.
An empty shell cannot live forever. It cannot live at all.
I was trapped in this house, bound by this body. Now, I break free.
This October, Gotham Knights arrives. Batman is dead, and it's up to the Batman family, Batgirl, Nightwing, Red Hood, and Robin, to protect Gotham. To give us an exclusive new look, let's head to Montreal to hear from executive producer Fleur Marty.
Hello and warm welcome from WB Games Montreal. I'm Fleur Marty. I'm the executive producer on Gotham Knights. Today, we are thrilled to share more with you on one of our beloved knights, Nightwing. This showcase is the first in our character series, and we're really looking forward to share more with you as we continue working towards our launch on October 25th. So I hope you enjoy the show and stay tuned.
I had nothing. And then this city became my home. Its people became my family. Gotham gave me everything. It deserves to feel safe. No matter how hard we try, there's always more to do. And now, it's up to me.
Got time for a dance, Nightwing?
I got this, Bruce.
That was Gotham Knights, and now we welcome, oh, look who it is, Neil Druckmann from Naughty Dog, co-president of Naughty Dog. Great to have you with us, Neil. It's been an eventful day on the internet for Naughty Dog fans, and
I think we jinxed ourselves. We were joking about last night, like, watch the assets will leak, and lo and behold, that's what happened.
well, the good news is there's some stuff that hasn't leaked that we have lots to share with people about all things at Naughty Dog. But first of all, it is it's a big month actually for Last of Us fans because Last of Us 1 and 2 both launched in June, and it's nearing its 2-year anniversary for Last of Us Part 2, which is hard to believe.
Yeah, it's crazy. 9 years for Last of Us 1, 2 years for Last of Us Part 2, and we still hear from fans. They're still sending us letters and art, and these characters in this journey and this world mean so much to them. And it's just been kind of amazing. Like Last of Us Part 2 early this year passed a pretty big milestone. It sold over 10 million units. And that kind of support, that kind of success, we're so grateful to our fans. It has allowed us to grow as a studio, and now we can take on multiple projects, more than we've ever had at the same time.
Multiple projects. Okay, very interesting. So what can Last of Us fans expect in the future from you?
Thank you for asking, Jeff.
Yes.
So one of the things we've mentioned a while back is what started out as a multiplayer mode has evolved due to the team's ambition. They really wanted to do something beyond what we've ever done before at Naughty Dog. And we felt the way to do it justice is to make it a standalone title. And they've been working on it for the past 2 years. Ambition has grown, and we're not quite ready to fully unveil it, but we're ready to lift the curtain a little bit and just give you like an update of where we're at.
Okay, well, what can you tell us about this new standalone multiplayer game?
Yeah, so we have a concept art that we want to show. But what I can tell you is that this game is big.
Okay.
It's as big as any of our single-player games that we've done, and in some ways bigger. It's got a story. The way we're telling that story is very unique to this game. It's got a brand new cast of characters. It takes place at another place, another part of the United States.
It's like a city might be somewhat familiar, some people.
I'm sure our fans have already figured it out. And it's really cool. And it's being headed by Vinith Agarwal, Anthony Newman, and Joe Padnatti, all veterans of Uncharted and Last of Us. And you're going to see a lot more of this game come next year.
Next year, so wait till next year to hear more about that one. Okay, well, very exciting that this has evolved, and I mean, that concept art looks incredible. I can't wait to see Naughty Dog's storytelling fused with multiplayer live game.
It's something special. We can't wait to show it either.
Okay, well, that's not all. We also have something that I've been reading about on the internet every day, it feels like. Up in Calgary, they're filming the Last of Us show for HBO, right?
Yeah, so for the past year, we've teamed up with Craig Mazin of Chernobyl fame and HBO to adapt The Last of Us into a TV show. They've been filming, and it's pretty incredible. The stuff I'm getting back, when we're looking at back at Naughty Dog, we can't help but feel emotional because not only is it so good and the quality is so high, it's so authentic to what we've made in the game. I just can't, I couldn't be proud of, like, again, Craig and that whole crew and everybody that's up there. And their last day of filming is tomorrow. So
the entire series, last day of filming is tomorrow.
Last day of filming is tomorrow. Craig is up there right now, kind of
Wow.
wrapping it all up. So it's pretty close. It's closer than you might think.
And you actually got to direct one of the episodes?
Yes, I think that really speaks to the kind of collaboration and trust that exists between Naughty Dog and HBO. They invited me to direct one of the episodes. I think we have an image from the episode I actually directed.
Ooh, okay.
So we could
first look. Let's take.
So you could see this is a certain museum that players might know from the game. And I really have to talk about Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey, and not only directing them but seeing them do all the other episodes. They've thrown themselves at these roles for a whole year. Watching the nuance that they bring to these characters, their relationship on and off camera, I couldn't help but think about Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson. It felt so similar to the chemistry those two actors had when we made the game. And it really feels like this is going to be something special. And I will say this will be the most authentic video game adaptation yet.
Well, I mean, that first image that they put out, it feels like the video game. Everything that I've seen, both public and other stuff, makes it feel sort of super legitimate, as you said, and that's awesome to see Joel and Ellie from the front side now for the first time. So we'll see more of that next year. That's coming as well, right? Serious?
You'll hear about it very soon. That's
okay.
all I'll say right now.
All right. Well, Last of Us HBO, very, very exciting. And I hear you actually have a couple actors from the show who are going to join us here.
We happen to have a couple actors here that are part of the show. We should bring them up.
Okay. Come on up.
Oh, what's up, guys?
Oh, hello.
Surprise.
Troy's back again. Hello,
I know.
Ashley. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I'm a little confused, though. I thought maybe Pedro Bella, but Troy Ashley out here from the game, right?
So when Craig and I started working on the show, almost one of our very first meetings, we said, Troy and Ashley have to be a part of it. And we're such fans of like the talent and the helping us create Joel and Ellie. We felt like it was so important that they become part of the show. And it has to be more than just like kind of like a wink to the camera and like a cameo.
Okay.
These are real roles that we're keeping under wraps for now. But man, I'm bummed that I couldn't be there with you guys when you filmed your stuff.
There's been so much
It's
stuff I feel like
so good
on the internet. There's so much like talk about what's being filmed, and I think that's you guys have kept a complete secret that you were up there and you filmed your roles by now, obviously.
Well, keeping secrets with this franchise is kind of old hat. Like we've
Except
had
for today.
Except for the date. It was one of the hardest things for us to do is to not let people know that, because we're so proud of it and the work that we did. We worked hard. The crew. I have to say, when I walked out on set, to be met with literally every person that I met on that crew is such a fan of this game, and they all knew what it was that they were working on and committed to working on this project because of their fan and their love for the game was one of the greatest. It was like I was coming home to friends.
Yeah, the attention to detail, the crew was amazing. Bella and Pedro are...
Man.
They're so perfect, and we've been trying to sort of describe that feeling of sort of seeing them in person. It's like the characters coming to life, but it's so much more than that. I feel like I can't fully explain it, but I am so excited to be a part of it, and just I can't wait to see it. I think it is going to be so good. I love the story. I love just being a part of
I'm
this
so
world.
excited about the series and the fact that you guys are going to be in it and undisclosed roles. I'm so fascinated how it's going to sort of bob and weave and are these characters we know from the game that they're playing? New characters? Can you tell us anything?
Yes.
I can tell you.
So sneaky. All right. Well, we're so excited.
Maybe it's already on Twitter by now.
Hey. All right. Well, let's talk about what was on Twitter earlier today. Lots of talk about the idea, or really what's happening is it looks like you guys are remaking the original game, and this is like a ground-up remake. Is that right?
That's right. We wanted to give people the definitive version of the first game that wasn't encumbered by any technology. Wanted to find a way to get even closer to our original vision. We're able to do it on the PS5 and PC. And instead of talking about it, let's look at it.
All right, let's take a look at The Last of Us Part 1.
So why'd you leave Boston?
I've been on quite the adventure, little brother.
I reckon it's got something to do with that girl.
It's got everything to do with that little girl.
You know, I've never been this close. It's the outside.
So is that everything you hoped for?
Can't be any worse out there. Can it?
Once upon a time, I had somebody that I cared about. And in this world, that's good for one thing. Get you killed.
I can take care of myself.
How many close calls have we had?
I get into trouble down there. You make every shot count.
I got this.
Hope you know how to use that thing.
I've had some practice.
Truly one of my favorite games of the past decade. Guys, what's your reaction to that?
Yeah, we hadn't seen that yet.
Yeah, you're watching it in real time.
Yeah.
It's because you did these. These performances you did a decade ago.
Yeah.
You didn't go back in. I mean, you used the original performances.
Yeah, actually, we came up with a process where we could take the original animation that we did for the faces and kind of like retarget it on these new rigs that have a lot more fidelity. And then the animators went back and
We're
studied.
seeing side by sides here just how much it has changed. That you went and you redid the models and rebuilt everything.
Everything was rebuilt from the ground up. Same art director, re-art directed the whole thing from the ground up. But the great thing about these faces is that they're closer to the original performance. All the animators went and studied those videos and got it closer to what you did on set than we could have achieved before. And that's just like one of the things we could talk about, like this brand new AI, like all the combat is redone. Just the fidelity of everything, 60 frames per second, all the stuff you're getting on the PS5. Again, we wanted to give, knowing because of the show, because they're all new players for PS5 and PC, we wanted them to have the definitive version of The Last of Us.
Amazing. Well, now you guys get to replay. I mean, when was the last time you guys played the game?
I actually played it again just to refresh my memory before working on the show.
I was just a glutton for punishment, and I went straight from playing
never
part
played
one straight into part two. And so the last time that I played literally would have been 2 years ago, since we're celebrating the anniversary of part two coming out. So I mean, it looks like I'm definitely going to be up for another playthrough with this.
I can't wait to go back because it was
I can't wait.
you guys did such an amazing job on that original game, and
It's really, when you play it, when you see it in motion, it's really night and day from what it used to be.
I imagine that think of The Last of Us 2 combat, but kind of that back in The Last of Us 1.
Well, it's the whole, like, all the new animation system, the new AI system, everything we've learned on, like, Uncharted 4, Last of Us 2, we apply to this, again, to give that definitive version. Just to give a quick shout out, this project is headed up by Matthew Gallant and Shauna Skye.
Okay.
And you'll hear a lot more about it and see a lot more about it over the coming weeks leading up to the release September 2nd on PS5.
All right.
And shortly thereafter on PC.
We will look forward to it. Now, Neil, you've talked a lot about games directed by other people. What are you directing? You still making games?
Still making games.
Okay.
I haven't given up my day job. It's a little early to talk about it. Maybe if someone in PlayStation wants to leak it, then we can talk about it now. Otherwise, we'll save it.
But you do have a new project.
Do have a new project, but we'll save it for another Summer Game Fest.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll try and save it. All right. Troy, Ashley, Neil, thank you so much for dropping by Summer Game Fest, and I am so excited that The Last of Us is returning, as you said, in September. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jeff.
Awesome. All right, well, that is going to do it. Thanks to Naughty Dog and PlayStation for that very special look at The Last of Us and the entire franchise and where things are going. Very, very excited about that. All right, Summer Game Fest continues over the next few days. Coming up right now on this very stream is Day of the Devs with I Am 8-Bit and Double Fine, including an exclusive new look at the Planet Atlanta. And then the Devolver Digital Showcase. Tomorrow, we've got Netflix Geeked Week, which I'll be co-hosting, and the Tribeca Games Showcase streaming, along with the Epic Games Store Showcase. And then finally, Sunday, it's the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. You can stream them all at summergamefest.com. As for me, I'll see you again in August when we are back live in Cologne, Germany for Gamescom Opening Night Live on August 23rd. And then the Game Awards will return in December live from the Microsoft Theater in Los Angeles. And finally, I'm excited to share that Summer Game Fest will return in June 2023 as a digital and in-person event to bring the gaming community together. Thanks for being a part of Summer Game Fest, and remember, there are more events and announcements to come. We'll see you soon.
And we're back. Welcome to GameSpot's coverage of Summer Game Fest 2022. Geoff Keighley, thank you for handing it back off to us. No, he's not officially handing it back off to us, but it felt like it. Those shoes. Anyways, we saw so much. There's a lot to be excited about. A few things I'm just gonna say it. Callisto Protocol. I went in there with a slight sense of just be like, I need to see more.
Yeah.
I saw more. I'm still shaking about it.
Yeah.
Shaking with excitement. I'm joined with Devontae Chisholm.
Hello.
Came in from New Jersey to join us in San Francisco, but we're not alone. Because out on the field, we have Lucy James and Tamor Hussein. Welcome back, folks.
Hi.
How's the energy?
Hello.
How you feeling, Tam?
You know, I drank a coffee and then chugged a bottle of water. I desperately need to piss, but let's see how this goes.
Just do it. Just go for it.
Here, right now, I'm surrounded by
World
like at least
premiere.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. I don't think I can sneak a piss into a bowl around these people.
Lucy, how you doing? How's your bladder?
I peed in the middle of it. I was like, I think it was during Humankind. I'm sorry, but I was like, I think this is my moment. But it was great. It was a fun show. I'm sad, obviously, that The Last of Us leaked, and that was the closer. But still, it was a good time.
We still had the multiplayer. We still had a glimmer of things that we didn't know was coming. Or at least I didn't know it was coming.
Yeah.
But we'll get into it. First off, I just want to say, Geoff Keighley, you sneaky, sneaky dude. You were like, temper your expectations. We're only going to see stuff that has been previously announced. And all of a sudden, like right out of the gate, he was like, hey, here's something you've never seen before.
World premiere.
World premiere.
New story.
World premiere. So, I got to say, there was a lot. Aliens Dark Descent, that was the first big kind of like out of nowhere premiere. We've had a lot of Aliens games over the years. It never seems to stop. But this one's coming from Focus, who you mentioned earlier for A Plague Tale.
Yeah, which to go into the showcase and be thinking, okay, Plague Tale, that's what Focus is here for, and then to get that instead was kind of like, oh man. But it's okay. It's all right.
We've had so many attempts and so many different faces for Aliens games, and we didn't really get an idea of what this was, like an isometric kind of 4-player shooter thing.
Thought it would be over the shoulder. It was very surprising to see it up in the air.
Not
like
this
that.
time. But I'm gonna go around the room. We're gonna just kick it off. I think I'm gonna just start it because I already have it. Kind of shivering in my spine.
Go for it. It was a horror show. Just go ahead. Talk about all the
horror
horror
honestly,
games.
that's the one thing I want to talk about. It is a time to be a horror fan. We talked a little bit about the pre-show. It's also a time to be a sci-fi horror fan.
Yeah.
Got a bit of that. But Lucy,
it's a time to be a fan of Dead Space-like games.
Yeah, it's a fan.
Yeah.
Last year we had
It's a
Loop
new
games.
genre.
We had Left 4 Dead games. Now we have Dead Space games.
It is the Dead Space season, everyone.
Dead Space season. What happened? Where was the seed planted that all of a sudden, a few years in development, everyone's like, oh, I got an idea. Let's do sci-fi horror.
I mean, like, as with everything, no one tries something until one person does, and then everyone is doing it at the same time, it turns out. Most of these games have probably been in development for years, and it just so happens that, when they start showing up is the exact same time everyone else starts showing up with their Dead Space alikes.
Everyone's got a theme. Every year's got a theme.
Yeah.
Lucy, talk to me how you feel about that, about a more gorier, is it cake or is it gore look?
Is it cake? Oh God. I mean, as someone who watched the entire Is It Cake on Netflix, I don't know, a little bit confused as to why they showed the same trailer from last week, but I get that they added, an extra gore, like a man getting his face cut off. Very good. I really enjoyed the look of gameplay. It's very funny that they are just like, oh yeah, it's kind of, we're gonna have this gun and you can pick up the enemies and throw them. And I was like, you can, it's from Dead Space. And I mean, even the back of the neck thing, like obviously Isaac had the the health bar on his back, and
armor
so
building
they've
on
just
the player.
they flipped it and just put it on the back of his neck.
Stomping on enemies, getting items, like popping
the
up in
animation looks so
in a
similar.
floating HUD.
Can we talk about just getting that guy like losing his arm and just like getting sucked into some kind of piece of machinery? That was so great. I mean, like we were sat in this room and we were all watching it on the big TV, and I think I made a sound that was like, oh. So you know, that's where I'm at.
There's Dead Space 1, like it has such an emphasis on when you die, it's a spectacle you're gonna sit there and watch. It's like kind of like what for certain games you'd be like, oh my god, I get it, I'm dead. But there's they go all in on trying to make it as brutal and as almost like cartoonish and over the top as possible. I'm gonna be just throwing myself in all sorts of danger. But I gotta say, like I was kind of having this conversation, and I don't know if I'm alone, but it's like, you know, we have Dead Space remake coming. We have Callisto Protocol, which is the Dead Space spiritual successor. And of course I have this kind of skepticism of, are we just going to get a cover band version of Dead Space? Are we just going to be like, hey, remember that thing you love that you haven't had in a few years? Well, you're getting it full force, like just not called Dead Space. It's called Callisto Protocol. And the thing, but watching this trailer, no matter what amount of skepticism I might have or might be like, yeah, we're getting more of it. I felt it. I was like squirming in my seat. I was getting excited. It's been a while. It's like, now's the time for it. Tam, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, the concern always is like with these trends where everyone does the cover act and no one does anything different. I think what we need most is, if there are going to be a bunch of developers doing the same kind of Dead Space style thing, we need at least one of them to try something different that will push it forward a bit. It's hard to say what that game currently is. Callisto Protocol, I mean, it looks like it's trying to stick pretty close to Dead Space, but there might be some stuff that is in there that we just don't know about. We just need one of these games to provide something fresh and exciting, and hopefully that will be the game that really distinguishes itself and will define the genre or push that genre forward. The worst case scenario of all this is a bunch of Dead Space alikes come out and they're all just Dead Space alikes, which will be fine but very forgettable. We need one of them to kind of push that genre forward, and in doing so hopefully prove that there's more life into it, so people don't just see the Dead Space style, you know, over the shoulder style action game just as a temporary cash-in opportunity for people who are feeling nostalgic for Dead Space. I know that as fans we want more of this kind of stuff, and we want people to take it in new directions, and the only way that's going to happen is if people, you know, try and do more than just make a Dead Space game. And if whether they do that or not remains to be seen, but I've got my fingers crossed. Callisto Protocol at the very least looks great. Just hoping that they have a little more than just a kind of a cover act.
Yeah, I think that like kind of last statement on that before we move on to something else is that it's interesting because Dead Space 1 kind of came out at a time when survival horror was already gone. Like, you know, it's like Resident Evil 4, you know, as beloved as it is for a lot of people, even those who love it, are like, this wasn't really a survival horror. This wasn't the survival horror we were, you know, this is much more action oriented. This is much more like narrow in that focus. And since then, you know, it's like then Dead Space came out a few years after that, and it was kind of like the last hurrah and kind of combining those like this action centric but still extremely terrifying kind of survival horror style stuff. So I'm interested to see what Callisto it does not roll off the tongue for me. Callisto Protocol. I'm interested to see what it has, what appears to be kind of a little renaissance for the horror genre. But next thing we saw, I want to throw this over to Devante, because he was the one who was excited about it. We got a big old look at a new Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
We did.
First mission.
Yeah.
Spew. Tell me about it.
The thing is with Call of Duty showing levels in this way, when we get like an E3 or a showcase or anything like that, it always looks great. It's shiny. It's like, ooh, wow, explosions, and like it's fine, but it never really does anything for me. You know, it's surprising. Even exactly, like even though I'm excited for the game, it's just. I want hands on it, you know. I want to see multiplayer as well. I knew we wouldn't get that today. I knew it was just going to be story based. But yeah, it looks great though.
As a new version though.
It's the interesting thing is that it's Modern Warfare 2, but it looks like a remake of Crew Expendable, the mission from Modern Warfare 1, which is very confusing. I mean, like at points it looks like a shot-for-shot remake of Crew Expendable. So it seems like this game is going to be a remix of both Modern Warfare 1 and 2 and new things. And at a certain point, you're like, you have any more new ideas? What's going on? But like at the end of the day, like people love this kind of stuff. Like they love the classic Modern Warfare stuff, and the vibes for most of these set pieces are always the same. So I think even if they continue to just remix and reshuffle their old ideas, most people will be like, yep, it's great, it's popcorn flick, we'll just carry on playing this shooting gallery and be happy with it, which is like, great, more power to you. I'm hoping that there's a little more in the rest of the game though.
I don't want to jump back, but you know, we saw like Fort Solace 2, kind of going back. I mean, like this, I feel like the theme was sci-fi horror. I mean, of course, it's like we had the reveal of Aliens Dark Descent, which is like, you know, that's Aliens is just never kind of leaving. It just doesn't seem to ever go away, and I'm okay with that. Not that I've played a lot of it.
I don't know. Like we haven't really had a good
good
Alien game since Isolation, and I would argue that Alien Isolation was twice as long as it needed to be. Like, there hasn't been a game like in a long time that's really captured the spirit and been, you know, like the complete package. And so obviously we had Fireteam, Colonial Marines. And so actually when I saw the trailer for Dark Descent, I was like, oh, please don't be Alien. Please don't be Alien.
I find it's like, I'm probably coming at this from a very narrow scope because I'm a big Aliens fan, but I don't play the games. I played Isolation, but the Isolation's up my horror alley. Like that makes sense. So when I saw this, I was like, it's just like, hey, Alien fans out there who play these games, you got another one coming. I'm so excited for you.
I don't know. Like, I mean, Ilphonic made that Predator game. Like, I don't know. I'm amazed they didn't kind of do the Alien one. Alien one, but you know. I don't know, like I'm reserving judgment. Obviously it's a very different take. It had that kind of isometric bait and switch, so I'm still very intrigued by it. I've just been hurt so many times by people
also, like,
with the Alien.
This trailer didn't really show us anything. It was a CGI trailer, and we had a very quick glimmer at the end, which is what, as I was like writing notes on it, I was like wait, I was like, what did I just miss? Like I feel like I missed like 2 seconds or something. Very quick. Like isometric shooter. So. But I mean, going off of that, next up, it's like Fort Solace or Solace. Roger Clark, charming as always. Troy Baker on stage,
looking smooth.
Like we really didn't get to see much of that. It looked more like an explorer based. They noted Duncan Jones's Moon as an example of inspiration, which is a film I love. Yeah. So I think that's a really interesting take on kind of having maybe it being isolation horror. And we've had tons of I mean, space is terrifying. Being alone in space is terrifying. But I can't really recall.
I don't trust people who say that they want to go into space. Because why would you want to do that? It is awful out there.
But it looks like Fort Solace could maybe be leading, and especially specifically noting Duncan Jones's Moon as inspiration. I was like, if it is isolation horror, I don't know if I can really recall like a very specific thing where like, at least off the top of my head, I could just be slipping in my old age right now. Leaning into just what it's like to be by yourself in a space base.
No, I guess not. I mean, yeah, I guess you're right about that.
Yeah, and then going off of that, we had what was the other space horror game with the Mick Gordon? That was a big selling point.
Routine. Yeah, but like they said, it was like with the music of Mick Gordon, and they played a pretty much music-free trailer.
Yeah, I was looked over, I was like, it's pretty amazing that just like their selling points, just like here's a new game with a soundtrack by Mick Gordon, not who made it.
Yeah, not what it's about. Gordon. Here's the soundtrack though.
Yeah, and that actually looked kind of cool too. It was just it just had a lot of sci-fi horror.
I like that.
When they said that Routine was announced a decade ago, I was like, Jesus, was it?
Yeah, I don't know.
It looked cool though. I was into it.
I was a wee lad. I don't know what I was paying attention to a decade ago.
I was still a baby, so I don't know.
All right, let's go over what we were most excited to see, or the things that got us most pumped. We went over Modern Warfare 2. Yeah, Devontae, happy for you. Although you seem you're like, I gotta play it.
Yeah, but I'm happy we're getting to see it and stuff, and it's on the way. So cool.
Tam, you didn't get Elden Ring DLC.
No,
sorry,
I didn't. Sadly. That was a shame.
But you got to look at Midnight Suns. And
I did get a
Metallica.
look at Midnight Suns, and it looks cool. Severe lack of Morbius in there, which you'd think that would be a dead give right now in the year of Morbin. But like, you know, maybe he'll get introduced as DLC. They showed us Spider-Man, which is great. And yeah, I'm still kind of, I think it's one of those games that is looking great, but I really want to play it because the loop is what is going to really like sell whether that game is good or not. You know, being able to just look at certain things, and yes, the characters are there and it looks nice and shiny, and there's clearly some sort of focus on narrative, but ultimately when you played XCOM, none of that was, I mean, the gameplay was a big part of it, but it was that loop of doing a mission, going back to your base, building the base a bit more, interacting with soldiers, giving them new names, attaching personalities to them, and then sending them out and hoping that they survive and that kind of stuff. So I think I'm more interested in seeing more of the loop. Fundamentally, I think it looks cool, and that will go a long way, especially for a superhero game. I love the stuff that they were showing off with like Venom and all the other characters. So yeah, so far so good for this game.
They got the right
Midnight
tone.
Suns. Yeah, it's got the right tone. It's got a darker tone, and that's definitely what's distinguishing it in a lot of ways. There's not many like supernatural parts of the Marvel universe explored anywhere. You know, the MCU is just kind of getting into it now with Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch and that kind of stuff. But like in terms of the game sphere, there's not much to it. Traditionally, that stuff has been most represented in the Ultimate Alliance games, and even then, it's not been like overtly the dark side of the supernatural side of Marvel. So this is the first time we're really getting a whole big helping of it. So I'm excited for that.
I'll tell you the thing that I was probably most excited about. First off, I just kind of want to talk about. We haven't even had a chance. It's like, what did we think? It's like it was a Keighley show. It was like what felt like what Keighley shows up and does for Summer Game Fest last year, and pretty much what he does for Game Awards, where it's just like non-stop, one thing after the other. Some stuff we know, some stuff we don't. Then we had The Rock.
That was the only point where it felt like
God.
we like just hit the brakes really hard. We didn't know that we were going to. Our seatbelts weren't ready.
He looked like he'd been, you know, someone found his Cameo profile, and like the thing you say about The Rock, right? Like, he's a professional. He does this day in, day out, but it was like,
I mean, the man never
I'm just
stops
going to
working.
be in my gym shirtless, and I'm going to hit every single talking point in one take. And it feels like it was one take. And like, I'm, you know, super stoked for Geoff for getting like such a big get in terms of like, he's one of the most bankable and recognizable stars in the world, but it just didn't feel authentic. Like, it just felt like he was told, okay, you got to hit on the Fortnite stuff, you got to hit on your drink, you got to do your Black Adam stuff, and then it was like
Black Adam, Fortnite, focus.
At least he didn't start rapping his song. That probably would have made it.
But then he told me to enjoy my gaming, so I don't care.
Focused. What I really miss is that, you know, this was being shown in IMAX. I really feel like I missed out an opportunity.
Oh, apparently the IMAX version stopped working, so everyone was watching on their phone.
Before or after The Rock?
As David
or
Lynch
during
intended. At some point during the stream, it just cut.
Having just been in an IMAX the first time in a long time recently to see Top Gun Maverick. That screen is insulting. It's aggressive. So I can only have imagined.
You mean the screen is insulting?
It's
like,
just
is a
like,
testament
no
to
matter where
man's
you sit in that
arrogance.
theater, it's
It's
just
the
like-
IMAX screen.
It's been a while for me.
I was like, you know, constant free fall looking at that thing. But I can only imagine what it must have been like with The Rock.
Yeah, they have The Rock right
like
there,
this,
shirtless.
this close up, veins bulging from those shoulders. He had a giant chain behind him. We're not talking
I
about
mean,
games
it
right
could have
now.
been worse. He could have been in 40X or something.
It was a
you
part
know?
of the showcase, though. So.
I know,
Just
but it was
spraying you with his energy drink.
Stay focused, play your game,
Enjoy your gaming.
drink water. But how do we feel, Defonte? How did you feel? This is your like, you know, this is your, like, you're here.
For me, you know, I did go into it kind of tempering my expectations. I wasn't expecting anything too explosive. So, and with Last of Us leaking, you know, and not being the explosive
we
one
got that
last thing.
multiplayer, right?
We did, but only concept art. It's
San
still,
Francisco.
It's still something.
Right behind me.
But
this could be like, it's not the concept art, but this could be like, you could be here
I mean, like I secretly love it when when Watch Dogs does the thing and you kind of go around and you can find places that and so I'm excited to do that in Last of Us. But I agree with you, Devante. It wasn't like it was such a shame that leaked, and they had a couple pieces of concept art and nothing beyond the trailer that we'd already seen. So that was
and then stuff from the show too. It was nice to see that, but overall, it's like it was a decent show. I enjoyed myself, even if I'm not a horror fan, and it just kind of felt like space horror.
You're
space
vibing
horror.
on me.
Exactly. I was just vibing off of you and.
Although I did get the pee during some of the anime stuff. Sorry, folks.
But it's okay because Jean-Luc was here and he was vibing off of the anime stuff. So it was like I had something.
Also, shout out to Jean-Luc. He's the king. He's the voice behind it.
Jean-Luc, 100%.
He's the one you don't see him, but to the viewers out there who are tuning in, watching Summer Game Fest content through GameSpot. Big shout out to Jean-Luc Seipke, who's keeping us all together. He's over there in the corner.
Send him love on Twitter.
Speaking of which, there's also Day of the Devs, which is happening right now, kicked right off after Summer Game Fest. So we're going to sit here and talk for a little bit more about everything that's happening, but just want to let you know we're also streaming that if that's a thing you want to go see. I love Day of the Devs. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're doing, and Devante and I are going to return after that's over as well to talk over some of that jazz. Lucy, how'd you feel? This is the first off, let me ask a big old question.
Oh.
First year of no E3.
Yeah,
and then we have Summer Game Fest.
I mean, I guess it was like 2020, which was sort of a fake one. I don't know. It's like I've been to 8 in-person E3s. I was obviously missed doing it from home. Like you don't get the same rush, and so being here in LA is really amazing. Like we have a bunch of appointments for games that we have seen in that showcase, and so I'm very excited to see more of and just bask in the excitement. And I think that was a good showcase. I totally get, like I said in the pre-show, Geoff was tempering expectations, but I think the first half in particular was really, really strong. I am a sucker for space-related horror games, so I felt like it was very catered to me. But it kind of had a little bit of everything. I think the Cuphead thing, the Delicious Last Course, the Cuphead kind of sneak peek of gameplay was also another big thing. Just because it's been so long, it's finally happening. Yes, it's a couple weeks away, but it is still really nice for it to get a big position in the showcase. And I thought it was a great showcase. I mean, it's the world is changing. E3 is different now. Everyone has adapted, but the fact that we still have this like central showcase, this centralized week where everyone tunes in and checks out what's coming, I think is still very important. I think it's still very exciting.
And that's the thing, right? It's like this is day one. We still have Xbox for Sunday.
Expecting big things.
Yes, I mean we have basically like 2 showcases from Xbox coming, so that's a lot to look forward to, which says a lot. I mean, we got Warhammer 40K Darktide, which was announced as an exclusive, console exclusive for Xbox,
which looks very interesting.
I thought that looked kind of cool.
Yeah,
I thought that looked kind of cool.
But I haven't been paying attention to it, but yeah,
I
thought
it looked dark. It looked metal. Tam, you're a veteran.
I think it's a really interesting spot. As Lucy mentioned, E3 is changing, but interestingly, E3 is now slowly going back to what it used to be, and there's kind of like a arms race afoot to see who's going to control that. At the end of this show, Keighley did say Summer Game Fest is going to be back, again, both digital and in person, and that comes off, the kind of ESA saying that E3 is going to be back next year, and Keighley said that his aim is to bring the gaming community together, which definitely sounds like a bigger kind of E3-like experience than he's done before, and that we've got this year. So the kind of competition is definitely afoot, and kind of looking at that, I think this show served dual purpose. It is a show, but it also is kind of like table setting for what's going to come in the future. And it's hard to look at this show in isolation, knowing that's kind of part of the goal, because you have to kind of step back and look at what Geoff has put together, broadly speaking, in the time of the great fall of the ESA and E3. Looking at this event alone, perhaps it's not the most exciting thing. I personally think that it's still solid. He did a good job of coming out and saying temper expectations. And I think that went a long way because the stuff that we saw is great. Obviously, there were a lot of expectations for bigger things, but I think ending on Last of Us is a big deal. And then also, you have to look at other things that he's done, like opening night live at Gamescom, and then also the Game Awards. And right now, the man's got a Swiss Army knife of all the biggest, shows in the gaming industry. And that is going to serve him incredibly well as we go into the next year, along with this, to kind of claim the territory of him and owning E3. So as he scales up his next attempt at E3, people are going to remember stuff like this, where it might not be mind-blowing, but they're not just going to think of this. They're going to think of Elden Ring. They're going to think of all the other times that he's delivered on things and promised things. And that is going to be a kind of a really, really strong position to come back from. I also think that he has a lot of the trust, and the last time we had an E3, the kind of demise of it was a breach of trust in a major way with the doxing that was happening and a lot of the other things that went on around the ESA. So if looking specifically at this show, I think it was great. It was good. Looking at the broader context of shows about games in this period, I think it's a very, very strong addition to the kind of things that Geoff has already put together, and puts him in a really great position for taking over this kind of like summer game mess, I guess.
Look, it's one of those things where like, I thought it was fantastic. Mm-hmm. Like, we had the ability, like, even if we want to look at the scope of announcements we've had outside of Summer Games Fest today specifically, like PlayStation kind of kicked it off with State of Play just last week.
True, yeah.
With, of course, big Resident Evil survival horror news, but also Street Fighter 6 and a lot of other great things. And that just kind of segued right into a lot of what Summer Game Fest represents, at least to me, which is this like celebration of things we all love. That's like coming all at once, even if it is announced today or not. You didn't get the world premiere you wanted or not. And like, I have a lot of appreciation for coming up to something like this, and like, you see games like Midnight Fight Express and Neon White, like back to back with stuff like Callisto Protocol and Last of Us Remake, and it's things like that where like, I can't help, and I also am just a sucker for new things. I love to see new things, even if I don't get to have that like nerdy surgeons that we all want from seeing something that like we're highly anticipating. But like, it's stuff like that like gives me like, so many people are like, oh, like, where are the big games at? Where are the big games? Like, dude, there are so many games coming out constantly. Like, we are always so busy. All of us in this industry collectively, like, we're eating well with a lot of stuff. And I think Geoff Keighley's show, I think Summer Game Fest specifically, did a really good job today of showing a broad spectrum of things for a lot of different people to be excited about. Yeah. I do want to note on one thing. Bloober Team, not Silent Hill. What do you know? Layers of Fear.
No, layers of fears.
Layers of fears. You peel one
Something
onion,
about that
one
that doesn't have good
layer
mouthfeel,
back of an
but-
onion, you get another bad layer. It just never ends. This is Layers of Fears.
Yeah. No Silent Hill, no Silk Song.
It's fine. We're gonna watch Devontae play Layers of Fears.
Both of the S's.
He already signed himself up.
Do I gotta play the other ones?
Yeah,
Layers
100%.
all at once.
All at once.
all three of them at the same time.
All right, I'm down.
But we
Let's
didn't.
do it.
But we didn't get overdosed. I feel we didn't even get Kojima.
No.
I know.
No.
Wait,
mention.
if he's here at all, has he got a new best friend?
Probably
I
working.
mean, there was those rumors that he was, or more than rumors, supported rumors that he was working closely with Xbox.
Yep.
So there's still a chance.
Oh.
I was gonna say, where's Jeff Grubb when you need him?
On Giant Bomb.
So he'll come out at the Xbox show and then bring Keighley out with him, and then that's when they'll.
I think Keighley will come out during the Xbox show and unzip, and it's Kojima underneath.
That'd be great.
I was like, unzip. Where are you going with this?
Yeah.
Kojima's coming to Fortnite. You didn't hear that here.
But it's not just Kojima. It's like the same setup as Banjo-Kazooie in Smash Brothers, where it's Kojima and he's wearing a backpack, and in that backpack is Geoff Keighley, and they fight together.
Great.
But for the most part, he followed through. I'm looking at the list of everything he said he was going to announce, and we saw it. We'll have to wait, see a little bit more of the HBO Last of Us, see what the multiplayer standalone is. By the way, I didn't mention that earlier. Did I miss this? Did they mention whether or not multiplayer is coming back to Last of Us Part 1?
Part
Oh, I don't know if they did actually.
I would think not because they
Because
have an entirely new
the multiplayer
multiplayer
rips.
game. It would be cannibalizing their own. Oh, they would be the most incredible shooting yourself in the leg moment. Like,
They don't do it. Also, there was a really great moment. While we're just talking about great moments, not just The Rock's pecs, but when the not Dead Island 2 trailer started.
Oh my god.
Jean-Luc sitting next to us, the voice of God that we mentioned earlier, who put this all together. He was like, "Oh, they're doing it! They're remaking the trailer." And I was like,
I fell for it too.
I was like, "But it said Coffee Stain." I was like, I don't think it's doing Dead Island 2. I think this is Goat Simulator.
No, I was like, I saw Coffee Stain. I was like, I know that Dead Island 2 has been shopped around a bunch of developers. Like it was Jaeger, it's I think Sumo for a bit. And I was like, I don't even know who's making this game anymore. Maybe it is Coffee Stain. Good for them. Stranger things have happened. But no, what a bait and switch. I loved it.
That was great. I would consider that highlight. Right next to The Rock. It was a big rock.
those are the two highlights for you, The Rock and Goat Simulator.
I had a great time. I sincerely was like, I watched this entire thing and I was like, there's something, or at least I could say, I don't know. I was just like, there's something, like if you walked away from this and you at least didn't see like one thing you're like, that looked interesting to you.
I have a weird highlight, I feel like.
Tell me about
I guess it's not as weird as you with the Rock's pecs. But the Saints Row demo. I don't know why I care so much. All you're doing is creating a character in it, but
they have great character creations.
Yeah, to see that pop up and be like available now, when I'm nowhere near my console, so I can't take advantage of it. But that still excited me a lot. Like I think Saints Row is going to be a really fun game, and shout out to them for not releasing on the same day as Elden Ring, because that would have been hilarious.
I was gonna say that's like a sliding doors moment where they did that.
Also,
but it's okay because Horizon went a week before.
Yeah,
and
Horizon.
they still managed to do very well for themselves.
Yeah,
like Horizon,
was-
Forbidden West still sold very good.
They're
well,
very
but,
good at
like,
releasing at
just move away from Elden Ring.
within whispers of something else that will take a lot of attention. Bless their hearts. Just for me, I got to see a little bit more of Witchfire.
It looked great. I'm sold now.
Looked
You got me.
really
I'm
good.
sold.
The first time I remember hearing about photogrammetry was for The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, like the way to use photographs to make your games look way more photorealistic, but not pay through the nose for it. And I was like, that's a fine looking game.
Oh, mama. That's a fine looking game.
Witchfire. I was like, that is a fine looking game. And I know you mentioned it beforehand, good. So I'm very stoked for you.
I mean, it was just one of those things where I was like, it's got skeletons and magic and like dark looking medieval stuff. We were talking about this, but it's like, yeah, boomer shooters are, I don't know if they're here to stay, but they're back.
They're having a moment.
They're having a moment, and Doom 2016 has a lot to thank for that. But this kind of really reminds me, or at least harkens to a very specific time in like kind of the mid to late 90s where we had dark theme, like kind of darker fantasy themed shooters. We had games like Blood, Hexen, 1 and 2. We had the Clive Barker game Undying, and Painkiller. Painkiller was kind of like the last one, and like some of the devs from Painkiller are coming back for this. So like, this is look. Even if this is just like a boomer shooter reskin sort of deal. But look at this dark fantasy medieval stuff going down.
It's the mix of powers that I really love. It's like, look at that. It's just that real that power fantasy.
Exactly. That's what these games are made for.
And like the Doom like quick step to the side. I'm very down.
Also, like I said, it's just like Vanishing Ethan Carter to that game with no guns.
Yeah.
Investigate little ghost stories to shooting ghost stories. Yeah. Making your own ghost stories.
Totally different, but I'm with it,
All right. Well, I think today was a pretty fantastic kickoff to Summer Game Fest. Geoff Keighley, your shoes look like Gene Simmons kicks, and I dig it. It was like from afar, you were like,
they were shining.
Yeah, you were the demon himself. Not, the kiss demon. Gene Simmons. That's who I'm talking about. I'm going to stop talking. I'm over it. All I'm saying is, good work. You did good. You expected, if there's any expectation I needed to be filled from Key 3 other than, seeing a lot of cool games, it was what shoes you were going to be wearing. Yeah. As mentioned, this is only the beginning of a few days of stuff to come.
It's just the start.
It's just the start. We have Day of the Devs happening currently. We're probably going to kick it over to in a second. How are we feeling, Jean-Luc?
Thumbs
Got
up.
a thumbs up. And don't go anywhere. I mean, watch it, but tune back because Devontae and I are going to close out the first day. Lucy and Tam are not going to be joining us, as far as I'm aware, but that's because they're cool cats with their own cool schedule.
We're seeing games, man.
Seeing games.
Seeing games down here.
Look at us. We're out on the field. Celebrating games. Yes. And also, yes, keep in mind, if you're watching GameSpot's content on Summer Game Fest, everything, we're going to be breaking out a bunch of stuff, interviews and hands-on stuff, both from Lucy, James, and Tamora and others. So be on the lookout. Please, here at GameSpot. I just want to say you all did great.
Thanks.
Thanks, so did you.
Yeah, in celebration of games. It's the festival of games, my dear friends. All right. Let's kick it over. Thank you, everyone. That's me. That's you. Enjoy what you enjoy. Be cool. Be sweet. Play games. Like stuff.
Stay focused.
I'm Kurt and Davina. This is GameSpot. Or the Day of the Devs. See you, folks.
And now I am very pleased to present a world premiere from our friends at Us2 Games, the folks who brought you Monument Valley, Alba, and a bunch of other really, really cool games. Here it is.
At Us2 Games, we really try and take what's meaningful and great about games and deliver that to everybody. So with Monument Valley, we made people care about a character for the first time if they've never really engaged with games very much. And with Alba Wildlife Adventure, we took open world games and packaged that into a kind of theme about saving an island that more people are going to want to engage with than just the hardcore. And with this game, what we really want to do is take these genres that we really love, like roguelike games and turn-based tactics, add a little bit of sports game in there as well, and themes about dreams and conflicting fears, and really package that together into something that feels really unique. In the game, you play the role of Desta. He's a young person in their early 20s. He's coming home for the first time, having not left home in the very best way. Their relationship with their mother and their family and their friends, there's a few of them that were a little bit broken. And they were broken because they didn't really have the words to say. And their father, who used to be a big part of their life, unfortunately passes away, and they don't have those tools and that person to lean on to bridge that gap. So they manage to go home, they find this old ball they used to play with their dad, and when they try and fall asleep with it, they find themselves in a world between worlds, neither asleep nor awake. And when they're in this, they can explore these moments, these memories, and solve these creative problems through a ball game. And when they do that, they find the right words to say to confront these people.
The people we're going to be meeting in Desta's dreams are people who were significant to Desta before they left town a couple of years back. And there are lots of people they don't know quite as well, too, and some people who have been shaped by Desta's impression of them in their dreams. But they've all had a profound impact on Desta's life. These characters are really interesting because all of them are interwoven as part of Desta's story, but also with each other. They don't just appear as abstractions, but they really feel like a part of the makeup of Desta's background. One way or another, the people that Desta meets throughout the game helped Desta become who they are today. And they've taught Desta a number of different things, like standing up for themselves, taking risks, expressing themselves, and more. There are a few different themes in the story, but I would say that certainly loss is a big part of it. Finding yourself, courage and perseverance, and reawakening. No pun intended.
It feels like we've been able to put a lot of ourselves into Desta. The same is true for pretty much all of our games, but Desta in particular is very personal to a lot of the members of the team. I'm sure we can all relate to some of the themes of maybe having ghosted a friend and not being sure how you could get back in touch with them, or dwelling over how you might have said something in a conversation and having that play over and over in your mind, which is one of the core themes of the game.
It's definitely got more depth and more game mechanics than anything we've made before, and it's being designed from the ground up to be a multi-platform title. We're really looking forward to telling you more about Desta, the memories between, in the coming weeks and the coming months.
This next game is called Shim. It's a shadow platformer. You're a little blobby character platforming around inside shadows, in a game with a really cool minimalist graphic art style. I hope you like it.
Hi, I'm Ewout and I'm the developer of Schim.
And I'm Niels from Exonice, and I help Ewout develop Schim. We're located in the north of the Netherlands in a town called Leeuwarden.
We are a team of 2, plus the talented people at Moonseller who do audio.
Schim is a game where you move around in shadows. You play as a Schim, a shadow creature. As a whole, Schim is made to be approachable for a variety of players. At its core, it's about jumping around in shadows and platforming towards the end of a level. Each shadow has their own Schim. The player plays around as a Schim of a human. However, this Schim is separated from that person, and it's up to you to find your way back. In the game, you will also help other Schim characters who have also been separated from their shadow. You can help them by finding their object. Schim takes big inspiration from the feeling of playing as a child. Playing imaginary games with made up rules. Move around in shadows and jump to the next shadow. Check it out and follow us at schimgame.com.
Hi everyone, and thank you Dev the Dev for having us this year. I'm Anne, the manager of Asobu, a community hub for indie game creators in Tokyo. We have a space where people can come to work and meet other people, do small gatherings, and we are helping Japanese devs by introducing them to platforms, console publishers, helping them on marketing, or as usually they don't speak English, helping them to apply to overseas events like this one. And we're also doing a lot of online content and streams, like our big Asobu Indie Showcase, which will be aired this summer in English and Japanese, or our monthly stream Indie Collection, and podcasts, and many other things you can check on YouTube and Twitch. But first, let's check 2 really cool Japanese titles. Fox and Frog Travelers, The Demon of Arashino Island, is a 3D action adventure game with a Japanese-inspired atmosphere. You will play as Fox, a girl who finds herself on Arashino Island and starts traveling with Frog. Torii Gates, whose tall lantern and neon gives light and color to the island. But something is lurking in the shadows, inching even closer. Fox and Frog Travelers is developed by Rias, an illustrator and concept artist that came up with the idea for it, based on one of his illustrations. Fox and Frog Long Journey Through the Night is planned for release in a few years. First game of the young solo developer Yo Fuji, Goodbye World is a narrative game about 2 young indie game creators, the shy Kani and the extrovert Kumade. mixing influences from comics like Ghost World and games like The Beginner's Guide or Moses 3. Goodbye World is a tale about the passion and struggles that comes with game creation. Through 13 chapters of the story, rendered in beautiful pixel art in a resolution close to the Super NES and Game Boy Advance. Goodbye World is due out on Steam later this year. If you like those games, don't hesitate to wishlist and to follow the devs on Twitter. And if you are interested by Japanese indie scene or indie games, you can follow us on Twitter, on Discord, chat with us, and watch our indie game showcase, which is coming this summer. And thank you again for watching, and Day of the Devs for having us.
The process of moving to a new city can be daunting. Our next game, Birth, from solo developer Madison Carr, who hails from Chicago, explores the idea of quelling loneliness through this puzzle adventure.
Hi, my name is Madison, and I am making a game called Birth. Birth is a point-and-click puzzle game about living alone in a large city. In order to quell your loneliness, you decide to create a creature, a friend, a partner for yourself, by collecting spare bones and organs that you find while traversing the city. You will explore libraries and post offices and museums and cafes and apartments that don't belong to you. In each of these buildings, you will meet creatures, and you will get to know them by searching through their personal belongings. Their laptops and phones, their cabinets and their notebooks. Within these personal belongings, there are puzzles. Some are physics-based, some are pattern-based, some are abstract. There are no instructions, and you are rarely doing the same thing twice. Alongside the main game, there are optional hidden tokens that you can find to unlock secret buildings and treasures. Birth comes out this August. I made this game with my whole heart, and I hope that you like it.
In our next title, How to Say Goodbye, you play as the ghost of a person who's recently died and is embarking on the journey of accepting their own death. The mechanics underscore the message that there's always a way through grief. You may get stuck, but you can always stop, reevaluate, and keep moving. It's all just part of the puzzle.
Hi, I'm Florian, co-author of the upcoming narrative puzzle game, How to Say Goodbye. In How to Say Goodbye, you help a group of quirky ghosts overcome various obstacles and conundrums by reorganizing the level as you like. moving one tile will also push the surrounding tiles. The puzzle elements are only moved around, but never removed. So, just like a Rubik's Cube, the puzzles never end up in a state where you can't solve them. Follow various characters looking to discover why they are still here and how to move on while trying to escape the grasp of an evil wizard who doesn't know how to let go. How to Say Goodbye tells a story of loss and grief, but we intend the experience to be as gentle, kind, and positive as possible. If this sounds like something that you would be interested in, please wishlist the game. It would mean a lot to us. Thank you.
Oh, hi. Well, wasn't that a great show and a great cake, and it's all gone, and so now we have to say goodbye. I hope you liked that. I hope you liked all the games. Thank you to all the developers for making such fantastic games and for bringing them here for everyone to enjoy.
Special thanks to all of our generous sponsors. You've always been there for us, and we could not do this without you. PlayStation, Idea Xbox, Nintendo, Steam, Epic Games Store. Y'all are awesome. Thank you. Extra special thanks to Dose One, the Magic Man, for supplying all the beats and sound effects and tunes you hear in every Summer Game Fest edition of Day of the Devs. We couldn't have done any of this without you, or at least it'd be really quiet and kind of suck.
We're not done with the Day of the Devs 10th anniversary just yet. If you go to dayofthedevs.com and sign up for our newsletter, you will be amongst the first to hear about all the excitement that's to come this year.
Other than that, thank you so much to everybody who watched, and we'll see you next year. Bye.
We'll see you next time.
Aha! You thought it was over, but it is actually not. Day of the Devs continues with a special after-party performance by the one and only Peter Berkman of Anamanaguchi fame. He's debuting new music from a game you've probably never heard of. It's called Little Nemo and the Guardians of Slumberland. And the reason you haven't heard of it is because it's debuting on Kickstarter at this very freaking moment. Enjoy. See you later. Thanks for tuning in to Day of the Devs Summer Game Fest Edition. Bye.
GameSpot's coverage of Summer Game Fest. But Summer Game Fest, that big old presentation with Geoff Keighley happened just a few hours ago. We had Dave the Devs, but now coming up, we have Devolver's Marketing Countdown to Marketing. Happened what? 3 p.m. We just got like 15 minutes for us to chit-chat around. I'm joined here today with Devontae Chisholm.
Hello.
Came in from New Jersey, across the coast, across the ways. Here.
Some would say it's the best state, but you didn't hear that from me.
I sure didn't. As an East Coaster from New York, my lineage starts here in San Francisco, California. Anyways, thank you folks for being here. So today we're just going to kind of powwow. We don't really know. We don't really ever know what Devolver's doing. And I think it's better that way.
Yeah.
I would rather have it that way. It's in Devolver's spirit to kind of get exactly what we know we're going to get from them, which is extreme, over the top.
Extreme, weird.
Satirical.
Yeah.
Something like torn right out of the RoboCop universe. It's like, I'll buy that for $1.
Yeah.
But we're at Devolver. I just have to say, I don't know about you, Devontae. I love Devolver. I love what they do with their streams. I love what they do. I love for as obnoxious as they could be. They're one of the only ones doing it. In fact, they're the only ones doing it. And in the midst of people just, I've been watching these. I've been watching these for a long time. We know what we're getting. Big trailers, big numbers, big reveals, world premieres, and Devolver knows that, leans into it hard. Yeah. But today's an exciting one for me because Suda51, a man, a designer whom I admire quite a bit. I've actually been going down every single game he's made recently, starting with the big ones, the ones he's Grasshopper, starting with Silver Case onto the 25th Award. So I have no idea why he's here, other than it's the most Devolver thing imaginable.
Yeah, but it's awesome because it's still a celebration of video games, even if they are making fun of a bunch.
They're making fun of a certain corner of it. They're making fun of like the big business of it, which is inevitable. Those things have to exist. That's how we all operate. That's how we all function.
That's how they operate.
Yes, I mean it's just like, and that's kind of like the beauty, or at least like the beauty of it for me. It's like that kind of relieving. Like, it's good to be reminded in a way of like, yeah, this is how it works. And Devolver does it full force.
Yeah, and I like even though they do that and their showcases look and are the way they are, the games aren't just completely goofy and over the top and things like that. You have such a wide variety of experiences you can have with the things that they publish.
Well, Devolver's built a character around their name on their own. Like the fact that we're even sitting here and we're choosing to talk about solely like the Devolver like brand as Devolver as a publisher, you don't really get that as much. Like Annapurna kind of like Annapurna, Raw Fury, Devolver kind of like linger in like the space of like above average. That's the wrong word. Above like this above par kind of like smaller game showcase, like somewhere in like the AA space of like indie games that are like on the fringe of doing something.
I think a good way to put it is, even the gamers who kind of focus just on the AAA releases, I think you can look at a list of things that like Devolver has published and they've probably still heard of it. Even if they claim they're not into indie games, it's like, oh yeah, I've heard of that, I've played that and stuff. And with so much popping up on Game Pass, especially a bunch of Devolver games, it's
Death
like
Store, Weird West.
You probably played a bunch of them, or just even if it's for 5 minutes.
And that's the thing that I'm kind of always a little like we've already talked a lot about Devolver as a brand, as an identity.
Yeah.
But like that's the thing is like they as a publishing company, like they're filling a certain space.
Yep.
They're filling a certain space like with things like Inscription, and like even again like Weird West, which is a game that I like a lot. I played that game quite a bit.
I got to get back to it.
You can do whatever you want. You can play whatever you want. There's all sorts of things.
I tried to play it late at night, and it was a lot of reading, and I was like, I'm tired, so I gotta get back.
What is this? Don't play a Suda51 game then. Don't play an early Suda51 game because they're basically novels.
Yeah, they're just novels.
But that's the thing is like we sit here is like I have absolutely no idea what we're going to see. I know we're going to see a spectacle of Devolver wackiness, but we're probably also going to see
our new favorite games.
Possibly.
In 2022.
That's the chance, the roll of the dice. And like in the midst of the things where we're seeing like big world premieres and Aliens, Dark Descent, and Last of Us Remake Part 1, which are all things,
Protocols,
which are all beautiful things. I'm happy to see. I can at least count on Devolver giving me something like, oh, I didn't know I wanted that.
But I'm glad it's here.
But I'm glad it's here. I'm glad it's here. I put in I I don't know if Suda51 is actually going to be announcing anything relative to Devolver. I mean, No More Heroes 3 only came out last year. Was it last year? Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
Maybe. You're a big Suda fan.
Huge.
Huge.
The biggest.
Tell me your favorite game.
You know, it was that one, and it has a really special place in my life because of the things I was going through at the time that it released. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. I like that one too.
What about yours?
Oh, well, no, but I wanted to keep talking. Keep telling me about your favorite Suda. What was it about? What was it,
There was a character, and that character dealt with a struggle that they had to overcome. And as the player, I overcame it and really felt things at the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
Suda51, so there's a game called the Silver Case. I'm just going to take this opportunity to talk about Suda games that I love. The Silver Case is a game that I played recently. I'm just going to take this opportunity. If there's any chance for the Silver Case universe to come back, we've had a few games. We have the 25th Ward, Suda51 joint, Flower Sun Rain. Is Killer 7 in that? Kill the Past thing? I'm totally exposing myself as a Suda fan right now.
I mean, you did say that you're like just starting to like play it from the.
I'm going from the start. I'm going through. It's like I played No More Heroes. I played Shadows of the Damned.
Yeah.
Like I can't even imagine possibly. Like Suda is such a character and it's such a presence, a rock star as they call him in the industry. But I'm excited. It only makes sense if there's any personality to be attached to Devolver today. It's Suda.
And you said he's going to be a mech?
Sure.
In this?
Sure. They in the teaser that they showed off, there was a lot of screaming, which is always appropriate for Devolver.
Yep.
And it ended with Suda coming out of a mech, out of like an Ed 209, again RoboCop kind of themed thing going that they have going for themselves.
Okay.
So we can only hope and speculate because with Devolver we don't really know. Well, last year, hold on, let's actually get into something. Last year they had the what was it? The entire presentation was on a VHS.
Was last year the one with like the pluses and the different subscriptions?
Sure.
Or was that the one before it?
I think all of them blend. I think all of them are just like a fever dream of marketing and things that are coming out. Yeah. No, I think it was last year they had the entire presentation on a VHS that I think was up for sale after the fact. And then there was another, and then there was a game that was going to be released physically only, which I was like, as someone who doesn't own who made a deliberate choice at one point in his life to not own anything, I was like, for some reason I was like, hell yeah. I was like, for some reason I was all aboard, and like I remember Jordan May on our team, bless his heart, he's a great dude, was like, Kurt, that's stupid. And I was like, no, it's great. It's the most. It makes this thing meaningful. It's the most Devolver thing that could possibly happen.
Just think of the eBay resale value.
The bubble.
Yeah, it's the only reason I would have it.
The bubble needs a pop. Like this bubble's about to pop. We got 5 minutes coming in, but I just want to let everyone know you're watching GameSpot. I'm Kurt Navina, joined with Devontae Chisholm. We're doing coverage all week, all week for Summer Games Fest, all things relative. So tomorrow we got, there's a lot of things happening. We have Tribeca tomorrow. But then the big one Sunday with the Xbox Showcase, the Xbox and Bethesda Showcase, where I will be joined, myself, Devontae, Lucy, James, and Tamora Hussein will be joining us to go over a pre-show and post-show and all of that. It's supposed to be a big one. And of course, there's going to be a follow-up happening for the Xbox Bethesda Showcase later that week too. So clearly they have something in store. Devolver has a pretty good way of getting a lot of their games on Xbox Game Pass, so there's somewhat of a segue there, and I'm excited to see if there's any surprises that we're able to go back home to and just jump into with the power of Game Pass.
I just saw something. I also just saw it on this like list of upcoming games. Cult of the Lamb is a game I've been interested in, and I kind of forgot about it for a little bit, but maybe we might see some more of that today and get a date for it, because it's still TBD, so that should be interesting.
What else you see? What else you got?
One thing I will say is I'm kind of hoping that we don't see too much Fall Guys at this.
Oh, that's right.
Like we already saw the
Fall Guys.
We already saw the commercial at the last event that took place.
Summer Game Fest.
Summer Game Fest Live. So I hope we don't really dwell on it too long. Like, it's great that it's free to play soon, and it's coming to more consoles, but I don't think we need to spend any time on it unless there's some weird like Death's Door costume in it or something.
DLC, possibly.
DLC.
You never know.
I think there might be a new season or something coming up. But either way, don't spend too much time on it.
Fall Guys.
Give me Cult of the Lamb, something, and then
Cult of the Lamb, something.
Whatever else you want to show, go for it.
If Suda takes this opportunity to announce a new game, like I will like, I'm not gonna make any promises. But I'll be excited. I said I was going to say something rash, like I was like going to punch myself in the face, but I'm not going to do that.
What I was hearing was you're going to get up and do a dance.
I could kick
for everyone.
Real high.
You're going to like be on top of the desk.
If Suda 51 announces a new game,
okay,
through Devolver,
yes,
I'll do a high kick.
Okay,
and it'll be one of the best high kicks you've ever seen. But you have to come to the post show in order to see that high kick. But I think also while we're on that topic, the post show. If you folks stick around, which you should stick around here at GameSpot, that's going to be the closeout for the day. So after Devolver, you're all free to take a nap.
You can all go to sleep.
Yes, you can all you can dream about all the things you saw today and dream about what you wish or what you could be seeing for the days that come.
Yeah, like God of War, Xbox exclusive.
He's been on this all day. You've been waiting all day to do that. If there was any moment in which you would want to say that, it would probably be right before the Devolver.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I was also just probably going to save it for Sunday just to be that guy right before Xbox starts, just to upset the chat and just be like, God of War Ragnarok, can't wait to see it. Forget Fable, forget Forza, God of War.
I'm just looking out for those Silent Hill rumors.
Silent Hill at Devolver. Here we go in 1 minute.
You could breathe in a certain direction, someone will think it's a Silent Hill rumor.
Silk Song is going to be at Devolver.
Oh, don't ruin Jordan Remaze. Speaking of Jordan Remaze has been brought up twice during this. Poor his little heart. He'll probably take anything he can get at this point. All right, we're closing in a minute and a half. Wildest prediction.
Wildest prediction. I just had one in mind. What game was that? Katana 02.
Okay.
I don't know why. I didn't even beat the first one, so I don't really know how it ends or if it lends itself to a sequel. But that's what I'm looking at here.
This isn't a wild prediction. You know what I want? I sincerely want. I want Inscription on consoles. I want Inscription on Switch.
I forgot it wasn't on consoles.
Yeah, that's what I really want.
Why not just get a Steam Deck? Just play it on Steam Deck.
All right, yeah, let me just,
we all have one.
Yeah, okay.
Everybody watching right now has a Steam Deck.
Yeah,
Why
of
don't
course.
you?
Yeah, but so stupid.
If I have it in my pocket right now, I
Really?
would show it to everyone, but I don't want to make you jealous. So
yeah, so you can play your favorite Suda 51 game on it.
Exactly.
All right, folks. Well, now we're counting down into this thing. Thank you so much for joining us. This is GameSpot's coverage of all things video games, all things wonderful. We're going to go over to the Devolver Direct right now. See ya, folks.
Give a flying fuck flip about the marketing reports. We are losing consumer attention. They are bored to shit.
We've done everything we can on that front.
The hell you have, Zane. The hell you have. What you've done are worldwide exclusives, fancy transitions, expensive pre-recorded presentations, fake live events, and some dipshit narrative garbage that didn't go anywhere. Melissa, data.
The data is clear. The industry analytics point to fragmented attention in every consumer-focused vector but one.
And that is? The countdowns. Those ridiculous 30-minute celebrity-soaked attention grab countdowns before a company's actual presentation actually starts, They are big, dumb, wasteful, empty, and they work!
She's right. I've run 11...
Of course I'm fucking right! So this year, we're counting down. That's the focus. The countdown. It's all about the countdown. No holds barred. Anything goes. All stops pulled out of wherever the fuck stops are that people keep pulling them out of.
Yeah, okay, sure. But what are we counting down to? Like, what happens when we get to 0?
It doesn't fucking matter. You can propose to your mistress for all I care. I just want big number consumer eyeballs drying out as they watch a marketing-laden countdown where we're drip-feeding them brand awareness and purchase intent until they climax in their G Fuel-soaked gamer chairs.
No.
Not yet.
Gross. I'm getting it, though. So who do we have on deck to host this thing? I mean, we need someone, right? Do a celebrity? Ooh, can we get James Vanderbeek?
Team Pacey, huh?
I'm just saying, to the people
A giant fucking robot with whoever the shit we want inside of it hosting our show. Inside of it. Hosting our show.
Sorry, what?
Hold.
We've designed, developed, and deployed a wideband interlocal net-modulated telepresence experience through which a virtual host can virtually host our virtually hosted countdown broadcast.
So what, like a Zoom call?
No, not like a Zoom.
Margaret?
Now.
What the fuck is that?
What's up, nerds?25分59秒か9秒か25分58秒25分57秒25分56秒9秒25分55秒25分5分54秒25分53秒かな25分52秒25分51秒25分50秒25分49秒25分48秒8秒25分47秒25分46秒26分45秒25分44秒25分43秒25分42秒25分41秒25分40秒10秒ああ疲れてきたぞ25分39秒20なんとかああ誰もいないなこれはいつまで続くんだ25分
I noticed you stopped counting the numbers.
実は僕ね
20 whatever is not a number, my guy. Let me see if we can get you some kind of a break from the numerals. Madge.
My name's Margaret.
Shut up, Madge. Does this thing, I'm sorry. Does this thing have access to the feeds?
Yes, it has access to the feed. All feeds, the feeds on the planet, heck, even deep into translocal space. With a little extra juice, we could even transmit all the way to
Sure, yeah, can he do trailers?
Yes. Trailers, number station feeds, launch codes, replicant incept dates, satellite destruct instructions, suggestive TikTok dances, the basics. It's also equipped with a tricortal thermonuclear central mass displacement cannon.
Hot stuff. Give me the button.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Whatever. What say you and I put the marketing into the Devolver Digital Marketing Countdown to Marketing and give the fine audience at home something to throw money at their screens for?
ちょっと何言ってるか分かんないな画面に置かないともう変わんないよ
It works. We did it.
投げたのもう
Open up the Call to Blam release date trailer.
プロセス中
$89.75 billion and we use it to hawk a video game.
プロセス中プロセス中
What Who, Devolver? No, we didn't make that. Massive Monster made it.
Yeah.
People are gonna be obsessed when it
でも
drops.
ちょっと待って、君たちゲームじゃなくてさ、ビデオだけ作ってるよね。
Oh. Well, no, not just the videos. We're the publisher. We publish the games. That's important stuff, you know. It's basically the same thing as making the games without all of the, effort, creativity, time, energy that goes into making said game. I think of us as a humanitarian service, like FEMA or Crocs.
You guys see the numbers? That sheep game or whatever did us a duper mad spike. Wild stuff. Really wild stuff. Tastes like baby food.
Have you guys seen the numbers?
I know, right?
No, you don't know. What do you know?
I know the numbers keep going like this, I'm gonna buy a house.
What's going on? Is it working?
On the fucking moon.
Like, pre-sales, engagement.
These numbers are like nothing we've ever seen.
Well, that's good though, right?
Too good. Nina, these numbers are like nothing anyone has seen. Something's wrong. We need to tell Hazel this needs to stop.
Whoa there, sport. Just corral up all your little horses, take a breath, make some sense.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense. It can't make sense. According to the tracking, we just...
Are you guys fucking with the numbers?
うわ、なんかざわついてるけど。
No one's fucking with anything. We just rolled a shit hot trailer.
What the holy heck is going on with these numbers?
なんかざわついてるけど、そのデータ、ちょっと僕にもくださいよ。
What's at the end of 2001 with gigantic Jupiter space baby and Dave's all shriveled up and the computer's going nuts like beep boop 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 beep boop.
ああ、このこと知ってるな。懐かしいな。直打ちかな。アセンブラ。懐かしいね。このデータを解析するのに具体的な時間がかかります。
That's a weirdly specific amount of time. I wonder if... Kinda hope to trip.
So what's with the numbers?
見ました？いや、すげえ映像だった。どうだった？
I approved that trailer.
あのキック、そして打って触手がなんかこんなんで。いや、ほんと目の前にキャラベルドがあったら蹴り倒したい。
There's no comp in that. That was an accident.
Holy butts, another engagement spike! The chat's going nuts, so our social mindshare ratings and marketing relevancy are shooting through the roof.
Somebody tell me what the shit is going on.
Moon house? A fucking house on the moon?
What if it's the...
Yeah, that's great. What if it's the...
What if it's the trailers? Hey, you big dumb robot, do you think...
わかる。その通り。人生にはやっぱ物語が必要ですよ。そしてゲームにも物語が必要。やっぱり人生とは物語。そんなことばっかりいつも考えてます。
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking something a little more along the...
Yeah, トレーラーですよ。
Knew it.
Let's make sure.
Yeah, another massive spike. Like big time massive.
What do the numbers look like though?
They just keep going up.
Absolutely insane. This isn't real. This can't be real.
It's like some kind of...
Video game singularity.
No. No, it can't be.
Did you just say video game singularity?
Oh my god. Wait, what are we talking about right now?
Video game singularity is a hypothetical monomoment of absolute corporate convergence. An event horizon
horizon into which kaleidoscopically manifold fractionated conglomerate interests are inescapably pulled, and at a single point of infinite density, compressed against the entropic inevitability of, like, I don't know, years of inter-industry corporate mergers, acquisitions between developers, publishers, platform holders, and soulless holding companies. Everyone buying, merging with and acquiring everyone else until the only fucking thing left anymore is one giant, thick, throbbing
Contra Ultra Meta Omni Company eating up everything in its way! It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear, and it absolutely will not stop ever until everything is one thing, and that one thing is everything.
And that thing is us?
Oh God! Oh Jesus Christ!
So 2 moon houses?
You're not getting it, Zane.
Imagine all platforms, all iconic characters, all methods of monetization, all hot-balled up into one monopolistic orgy of interactive video entertainment. Imagine streaming your favorite prequel as a service on your virtual phone while you're sitting on a toilet in a metaverse Taco Bell while you
have Sonic the Hedgehog in a committed, non-monogamous relationship with that huge lady from Resident Evil, and
They could be playing Apex Fort Zone on an Atari Dream Station 64.
And it would all be free to play.
Or play to earn.
場合によってはpay to earn.
How did this happen?
It's the mech. It's gotta be.
It's the only thing powerful enough to do it.
いやいやいや、多分うちのスタッフちゃんと送ってるはずですよ。ですよ。テレメトリのコーラーは多分ね安全なはずなんだけどな。
You guys? You guys follow the directions, right? Of course!
Well,
Once upon a time, there was a plucky squire named Jot. Jot roamed the land in search of adventure, battling beasts, helping the helpless, and generally being very heroic. But then, one day, he discovered something rather curious. A world he never knew existed.
わあ、すごいわこれも。やばいね。この勇気あるね主人公。こっちが来ましたよ現実の世界に。
I can't tell if it's just that these games are amazing or if it's... What the fuck happened to my shirt? What's going on? Is this a singularity?
I just got sent a review copy of Metal Gear Cooking Mama Mobile. I don't even know what that means. Do you even know what that means? The industry's folding in on itself.
どうですか？
It slaps real hard, 10 out of 10. That's not the point.
G Fuel just put in an offer to buy Valve. Microsoft bought Bethesda again, just for fun.
Just what the ever-shitting fuckfire have you assholes done now?
Oh, Plucky Squire. We just did the Plucky Squire thing.
Yeah, it was legit the sauce.
To my robot. What have you done to my goddamn robot?
And what's with your shirt?
It's the singularity.
So what is the problem?
The video game singularity. Somehow, this big dumb whatever the shit is channeling egregious amounts of hype and marketing power into a single point, and everything is converging on that point right here.
So what is the problem?
Soon Devolver Digital Inc. will become the sole arbiter of all video games and everything that goes along with it. A lone, single mega platform with total and unstoppable absolute command over everything.
So what is the problem?
We don't know what we're doing. The Devolver barely functions as a marginally successful video game publisher. We can't be the central ordinal nexus of all industry.
Why not?
Jesus. Annapurna Interactive just merged with Mountain Dew.
Fuck. They're gonna make a soft drink out of Journey.
It's not gonna stop. The hype is too great. It's the We made a countdown with nothing at the end just to get viewers and built a machine we don't understand to do the counting down. We were so preoccupied with whether or not we could, we didn't stop to think if we should. We can't stop it counting. It can't even stop itself counting. This machine is a mechanism.
First it will be Devolver, then it will be everything. We won't even... What the...
Version actualized.
It's the mech! The fribbing Goram sit son of a smacking Shazbot!
Is it almost time? Are we almost ready?
Listen! Listen, you have to listen to me. The only way out of this is to... In the beginning, it is always dark. A single loot box coin. It is all that remains of my vast empire.
Video game は消えてしまったの?
Yes.
じゃあ、すべて無駄だったんだね。
No, it hasn't. Video games can arise again. And you. And your dreams and wishes.
どうやって?
Open your hand. What are you going to wish for?
わからない。
Then there will be no more video games anymore.
いくつお願いできるの?
As many as you want. And the more wishes you make, the more magnificent video games will become.
本当?
Try it.
「じゃあ最初のお願いは」
What the shit is it doing?
I don't know what's happening. It's out of our control.
It's under some power. We're locked out.
This is not in the contract. This is nowhere in the contract.
Well, ain't that some shit?
Check.
Merging with an infinite totality.
loved every game they showed.
This is the thing. All right, like Devolver, I almost want to know when they're not gonna do what they do. I'm waiting for the day when they decide to like go left and just completely like give us the opposite of something that's so rambunctious. But they put on a show that makes heavy-handed commentary, but they also show every single game that they showed today looked like we were sitting here being like, oh, I want to play that.
Yep.
I want to play that. I want to play that. So you even said it. Also, by the way, if you tuned in before, I said I was going to do a high kick if a Suda 51 game was announced. Didn't happen. You don't get the pleasure of seeing it. Doesn't happen. That doesn't mean it won't happen. That doesn't mean there isn't an opportunity for a high kick later this weekend. But let's kick it off. First thing we saw from Devolver was Call to the Lamb, which was the one and only game you were like, hey, I think I know about that game. That's a game I'm interested in checking out.
Yeah.
Talk about it. It was like Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley, Don't Starve.
Yeah,
Cult Simulator.
I've been getting a little deeper into the roguelites and stuff like that. So this just caught my eye a while ago when it was first announced, but there was no date. And now we have a date and a demo, which is awesome. So demo right now on Steam. Again, my Steam Deck right here in my pocket. I'm gonna download it later, but yeah, that's awesome.
If you pull it out, I'll fight you for it.
Can't wait for that. Can't wait to play the full game on August 11th. So it was good to finally get a date.
It was like the classic cute, bubbly style.
Yeah.
It was but also very, very sinister.
Yeah.
It was basically,
I thought they were going to kill the pig.
It was basically a cult.
Collecting resources and things like that, going out and fighting.
But then right after that, then we had Angerfoot.
Oh, my favorite name. My favorite game title of 2022 has to be Angerfoot.
Angerfoot.
It looks great, and then with a title like that flashing up while a crocodile is twerking on screen, come on.
Honestly, I said it while it was happening, but it gave me first-person Hotline Miami vibes.
Yeah.
It gave me this sort of extremely fast-paced, extremely violent, overly stylized character kicking doors open, probably flipping through guns, just blasting things away. It was Hotline Miami, but in first person. And then they actually showed the main character then, who is he's green, so he must be
ski mask.
There's alligators in it, so I'm assuming he's a
vaping
lizard.
and driving with his angry feed, and I want to play it in VR too.
I miss that?
I don't think there was
the folks who made it. They made Gorn, which is a VR game.
Interesting. Is it VR as well?
They did Genital Jousting. That one's a classic. If you don't know, look it up. Sincerely, Genital Jousting. One game I legit all of us in the studio were like, whoa, what? Which was the Plucky Squire.
Yeah.
Which started out in of itself, the opening of the trailer showed this ornate, almost I feel it was giving Andy Toy Story. I feel it was giving Andy Toy Story
exactly
vibes. Yeah. And it went to this open children's book, and then you realize the game itself was being played on the pages of the children's book, while you still got to see the rest of the desk. And the trailer was leaning into it, and we were all it was yeah, that's so cool. That's such a cool aesthetic. I'm all in. And the moment he leaped off the page onto the desk, I got chills. I was holy, what?
Great reveal.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Cool.
And to be able to jump back and forth and be on a cup or any of the other flat surfaces, it's just giving you the Link Between Worlds vibes.
Yeah, Zelda Link Between Worlds.
Yeah,
Mario Odyssey kind of.
But still kind of having it looks like
I was making notes on the side, all right, this looks great. I love the concept of it's it's a 2D side scroller. That's fine.
Yeah.
The moment the character left off the page, I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Sorry, I probably blew the mic out. I was just oh, wow. So that was and then another banger right after it was Skate Story.
Great.
Yeah.
Apparently it's been shown before, back in 2020, but I don't think we've ever seen that much of it. And to be made of glass and pain, but you must skate. Just those lines just went, wow, yes, powerful. I need to play the way he shatters when he bails.
There's that high. There's something cool about it clearly has the skate, the game skate kind of, one hit kill, one mess up, you're done, you shatter.
Yeah.
But then there was enemies and like all these like things.
Yeah.
Like, there's like these things that he was doing tricks around. I didn't
light
get
explosions.
Yeah, it
in
was
different
like
spaces.
it looked fantastic. It was just like just one after the other. I was like, all those major like games they showed off. I was like, again, I said this before in the pre-show, but every time I was like, I walk into a Devolver show, I was like, we have no idea what we're getting. We
Yep.
never know what we're getting from them as like an identity and as a brand, and we never know what they're going to be working on or publishing.
Yep.
And every time I walk away from a Devolver show, for the most part, that might be hyperbolic, but most of the time I walk away being like seeing games I didn't know I needed.
Yeah.
And coming, like, I already was like pretty hyped off of Summer Game Fest.
Yeah.
Way to go, Geoff Keighley. Way to go, Key 3. Came out swinging. You gave us world premieres. You told us to temper expectations, and all of a sudden you're like, just kidding. Here's a game you never heard about. Here's this sci-fi horror game for its solace.
Yeah, you gave us a lot of space stuff.
Here's
you
another
gave us Metallica.
Here's another Here's another Aliens game, another horror game set in sci-fi, and like it was all great. I was super happy to see a lot of things that came from that. But like Devolver for me gave me this, like you always think like we didn't have that kind of like really nerdy surgeons of seeing something. Oh, I was so excited for this thing that you were anticipating, and I like when we were watching some of the stuff at Devolver, I was like, I got that same feeling from something I didn't know I needed.
Yeah,
like Plucky Squire.
And I think another thing that kind of goes into it is, I feel like we saw a lot of gameplay with each one of those.
Yeah.
Whereas with the showcase earlier, it was a decent amount of just like trailer.
Yeah.
You know, we got a lot of gameplay too. Call of Duty, of course, we got a whole level.
Callisto Protocol.
That still didn't do like a bunch for me, but with this, it's just like you saw it in action. It was really quick, and it was just like here's why you want to check this out and play it. And I think that fed into some of our hype too.
I just think Devolver, like for all their antics, for all their movie references and shenanigans, like their play on metaverses and acquisitions, and like it's
Tom Clancy's Animal Crossing.
It's a spectacle. It's over the top. I love it. I can't help it. I can't help it. Like I just think it's so well done. And then on top of that, their ability to like create a show that is like entertaining in of itself, and then also show games that I was genuinely like, that looks compelling.
So even if you're confused by the rest of it, you still got some good trailers
in
there to keep you in there.
For you folks watching who have no idea who Suda51 is, I'm so sorry. This is a very, very Devolver niche thing that you're like, we're going to throw it. And then like not even announce a game that he's involved in.
Yeah.
Even cooler. Even better.
No tease or anything.
That is the most Suda thing he himself probably could have done.
Yeah.
But we're coming to a close on today. But that doesn't mean the fun and antics have stopped for us. Devontae, what was if you can wrap it up, what was the single thing you got the most excited about today?
Single thing I got the most excited about would definitely be the Plucky Squire.
Wow.
It would definitely be that. Again, jumping off the book page, it blew us away, surprised
we were
us,
all
and
we were all
that,
collectively like,
I think that surprise is what really made it like, for me.
Yeah. I really didn't get to see much of what else the game was. It looked like it looked like almost like genres and mechanics were like changing, depending on what you were doing. So that's incredible.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be dreaming about, thinking about when I go to sleep tonight. So boom, Plucky Squire.
Bam, with that on your Steam Deck, you pull it out of your pocket.
Yeah, that on my Steam Deck
that you just have hidden down there.
What about you?
Sitting here with you.
Oh. Stop it!
Yeah.
Stop it! I'm gonna have to move here. You know, I'm gonna
sitting here with
stay
you.
Here.
I was that was my favorite part.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
it has been a joy to host today, day one, and get to share in all these fantastic trailers.
That's what's up.
You. Thank you.
All right, my dear friends, thank you so much for tuning in for GameSpot's coverage of Summer Game Fest 2022. Don't forget, we have lots more coming this week. Lots more to see. We have a lot of things happening. Devontae and I are going to be here quite a bit. So tune in. Make sure you're on the schedule. Make sure you're just checking back every once in a while. We have Tribeca Games tomorrow, which is going to be an interesting showcase. If you folks at home can actually play some of the games they're going to be showing, you're going to be able to stream it. Pay $5 for a little pass, and you get some time with a number of games they're going to be showing off. And then, of course, the big one, is Xbox Bethesda Showcase on Sunday, which is going to be, I'm going to tell you the time to show up just in a moment here. I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. 9:30 a.m. is when we're going to start. 9:30 a.m. PT, California time, is when Devontae, myself, are going to be joined with Lucy James and Tamor Hussein to get prepped and ready for whatever that is. And then, of course, stick around for a post-show on that jazz. So that said, closing out the day, you're all fantastic. Thank you so much for being here. Devontae, you did great.
Thank you. You did. You did even better.
That's a lie. I can't accept that. And I just want to give one more shout out to Jean-Luc Seipke. He's the man behind the camera. He's the man controlling this from afar. Thank you. Thank you, friend. He's waving. It's good. All right, folks, go home or stay home if you're already home.
Go to sleep.
Play a game. Drink some water. Be well. I'm Kurt. That's Devontae. Till next time. See you later.